Hey, everyone. How's it going? We are here for another White Cloak stream. It's going to be myself and the Nerdporeal Lifeform, as well as first-time guest on the channel, Jacob Ironsides, who's been a great member of the chat on many streams. It's got some. Oh man, I swear I'm not that drunk. I've only drank a little bit. I didn't mean to hit the table like that. But we're excited to have him on and talk about these books. So we'll start out with Nerdporeal himself and say, sir, how are you today?
I'm great. Thank you for having me here. I mean, it was one of those things where, I mean, one day I wake up and I get a message from Pip saying, "You free Friday?" He's like, I need you, Nerdporeal. I've been on your streams. Now I need you, and I need you to help me with this. So yeah, that didn't happen, but I like to think
that's basically how I remember it. Yeah. That's about it. I lit the beacon. Gondor called for aid.
And Nerdporeal hand shall answer.
I knew you spoke with something. Cheers. All right. Okay. So, yep, I asked you to be on this. Well, I mean, honestly, you asked me first, right? So we've been doing the Wheel of Time book stream on your channel. We are up to you're doing what? Up to chapter 30, chapter 32 on the Dragon Reborn Sunday.
Yeah, I figured chapter 32 would be a great place. That's pretty much where it goes from. We see Perrin again after that, so I figured that'd be a great way to cut off. So there's gonna be no Perrin discussed tomorrow. Spoiler. So.
Okay. So very much like the TV show then, right? Where Perrin is also not a character. Is that kind of that's what you're going for?
Well, being absent, yeah. I mean, because I didn't see any of the Taviran in that show. Like the main character was clearly Moraine or no, Rosamund Pike, whatever, playing Rosamund Pike. Sorry. That wasn't even Moraine or Moraine.
All right, so you've seen the show because we forced you to do it because we're bad friends.
And I got you watching Picard, so we're even. Just saying.
That's true. I still made you watch Andor, so I think I'm still one up. But so we forced you to do that, Jacob. You started watching the books, I think, because of the conversations we were having on Nerdporeal's channel. Is that correct?
Well, sort of. I first heard about Wheel of Time from Nerd Cookies. She had a video on it, just about that there was going to be a series coming, and then like a week later, she came out with her review of the first episode, and she was like, "I'm out. I'm already out." So it's like maybe I should. Maybe, but then I ran across Prophet of the Dragon, U-Pips, and the White Cloaks, and I just thought maybe I should check this book out. So I just pretty much binged the first book. So.
It's a great book. Okay, so you haven't seen the show, but you have read now. You've read The and The Great Hunt, and you're in The Dragon Reborn, but not quite as far as I thought you were. So we're gonna, for those of you in the chat, we're gonna probably just limit the conversation to basically Eye of the World and The Great Hunt, because I think you said like 2 or 3 chapters in, right?
Yeah.
Nerdporeal is making
I have a lot of reading to do before Sunday.
Exactly. He's doing the Macaulay Culkin over there because, like, hey, you're supposed to be in the chat on his stream Sunday. Yeah, like 30 chapters in 2 days.
He can do it. He can do it. He can do it. 15 chapters a day, easy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. Thank you for being on here. I think it's going to be a good conversation. Yeah. And now I'm going to do a quick, just kind of welcome people in the chat. We got Jaden. We have also here. Let's see, Tankbeard coming from the Discord with the that avatar. It's next level. The funny thing is, apparently those aren't his legs. You can figure that out. Spaced Oyster, thanks for being on. We got the LPK as well. Let's see, Nerdportal, Jacob Ironside's in the chat as well, talking with the people. Always appreciated. We got Trip from the Discord, as well as Aldan and Nosferatu showing up. Thank you for coming out. Always good to have you in the chat as well. Although this book series clearly ripped off Rings of Power.
The same book, Nos. They're the same book.
Mute Nos. He's lost his privileges. Let's see. Oh, your Barmy is here. Thanks for coming out as well. And
yes, they're all the same book. They're just getting retold over and over again.
There's a few. That is true. Andrew, DJ Ronnie, thank you guys all for showing up. And hey, Ozzy, I thought you were hanging out with your friends and family and stuff like that, and said you were going to be not being antisocial, not pulling out the phone, all of that other stuff. But we appreciate your dedication. Okay, so everybody in the chat, thanks for coming out. I hope that this stream is worth it for you guys. I know we're going to have a good time. Because alcohol. Jacob, are you drinking anything? I can tell Nerdportal is. He's already getting the Nerdportal glow.
I don't know. That doesn't. I don't know what you mean.
I just have water right now.
Got that too.
I should have got something.
Right, I guess. Wait, you got to hydrate. You got to hydrate. That's important too. I'm told, allegedly by scientists.
Trust the science.
Trust the science. Exactly.
I do have to subject.
I do have to subject all of you to something, and I apologize in advance for this. Actually, that's not true. I don't apologize at all. I was not intending to talk about the show, but this came out today. The news, breaking news, guys, breaking news about the Wheel of Crime. So we have to talk about it because we're on the White Cloaks here. So we got we have this. It's a casting announcement. Let's see, dated May 12th. We got this lady here. Wait a second. I'm not actually sure. No, I think actually this is actually the article dated October 8th, 2021 with this lady's face on the far right. Man, this is weird, guys. I thought we were talking about a May 12th breaking news in the Wheel of Crime verse, and yet, you guys back me up here. Am I crazy? Woman on the right, she's over there, and we got right here. Anyone can see October 8th, 2021. Alexandra Del Rosario doing excellent work at Deadline, whatever that is. Talking about her casting announcement. If I scroll down here, they're like, oh, she's probably playing Varen, or like maybe Elida, but Varen. And then if I scroll over to the breaking news tab on the Nerdist,
So we already knew the actress. We just didn't know what she was playing. Is that the case? I'm assuming that's the case. And the big news is who she's playing. She's playing Varen.
Not even that. In 2021, literally October of 2021, which for those of you playing at home, season 1 came out November 2021.
Yeah.
This casting announcement, along with the hey, we think it's Varen, October 2021. And this is breaking news, people.
Breaking news. They're confirming it's Varen. That's breaking news. Wow. I am so happy. This is the bombshell of the month. Like this is the news. They have nothing better to do. They need to keep people interested. That's what this is. That's all this is.
It is the absolute bottom of the barrel. Like,
and apparently they figured out. And apparently they figured out time travel.
That also true. That is potentially. Thank you, Jake Beard. I'm not going to check your math there. I'm just going to assume that sounds legit. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to make fun of them because all of the people on Twitter and Reddit are going crazy. They're like, "Oh, we finally have
Oh
Varen
my
and
God.
this and which." Okay, just so we're clear here, Varen, this person over here. I mean, to be honest, like if they gave her a little bit of gray hair or whatever, like I don't know, Varen, she's a little bit older, right? But
If
compare her to the character that they announced for Shiriam. They make the gray-haired old woman be Shiriam, and like the brunette, like younger woman be Varen. It makes no sense.
now
Anyway,
Shiriam is
I'm
supposed to be
sorry.
younger.
But did you see the dandelion though?
Yes.
But did you see the
Oh gosh, the
dandelion?
dandelion.
I mean,
It
the
is.
dandelion. Come on.
What's
I
wrong
haven't
with
drank enough for this. I'm
Don't
sorry, guys.
don't
I
look
did
at
this.
the
I did this to
crazy
you.
lady hugging the tree. Look at the dandelion.
Oh gosh, it was so bad. It was so bad, guys. It was so bad. I'm sorry. I did that to you guys. I couldn't resist. My time travel device. It's been proven now. I knew before the breaking news. There it is. It's all over. Confirmed. Okay.
I mean, does it say in the original article that they think it's Varen or something?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so then, yeah, so like, oh, they want
It
you to
was-
forget that they're trying to gaslight you, thinking, hey,
Yes.
this is breaking news, but this was already announced with just a little bit of research. It's just like this. It's just like you can't even gaslight properly. I mean, it's an art. You have to work it. You have to work that gaslight. Sorry.
Yeah. It's. Anyway, okay, guys, I'm done with it. We're done talking about the show. We're here. We're talking
have I
about
met
what we're
this
here.
Varen
Well,
yet?
isn't Great Hun and the Dragon Reborn the same book? I mean, they're going from
Corporeal,
point A
I will
to
end
point
this
B.
stream. I will end this stream. None of that.
I mean, all three are the same book. I mean, they go from point A to point
First of
B,
all,
and shit happens.
Bad Corporeal. You're trying to bring in spoilers for the Dragon Reborn. Jacob has not read his. So we talked about this, that we're only going to talk about books 1 and 2. Jacob didn't do his homework, and there was much sort of tutting in the green room, and we told him he's got 30 chapters to read by Sunday for your stream. Everyone here in the chat, we have 14 people in the chat. You guys are all witnesses. Jacob Ironsides has to read all 30 of those chapters. So
yeah.
Okay.
I have been questioned by the White Cloaks, and I didn't pass.
Yeah. We put them on the rack.
I must pay for my transgressions.
Yeah. We put them on the rack.
You can be forgiven. You might be in a lot of pain, but you will be forgiven.
No man may walk so long in the shadow that he cannot come back to the light. That is true.
Yep.
But we did, just to tell him that we were serious, we did put him on the rack. We sucked away 1 year of his life. And there's Princess Bride reference number 1. We've got it in the bank, so now we can continue with the stream. All right, back to your regularly scheduled White Cloaks programming, talking about Eye of the World. So I'm gonna try and be just sort of the moderator here. You guys are the kind of first time readers. We'll give it like time and a half for Brian there. He like read it once and was too blown away by how awesome it was. So he had to set it aside for like 10 years and then read it again. So, fair play. Overall, what were the thoughts? Like, if you had to just say, what book did this remind you the most of? Talking about the Eye of the World. We'll start with the Eye of the World. What do you guys think? What was the biggest influence, or the other book you've read that it reminded you the most of? What were your thoughts reading
it? Let you start, Jacob.
Me? What did it remind me of? I guess
because obviously the chat's already said that it was super derivative, basically just Rings of Power. So
well, you could kind of make a connection to Lord of the Rings, the way it starts out in a small village, cut off from everything. And then they're like swept off in this grand adventure. I mean, 3 or 4. Oh, there were 4 hobbits. Sorry, not 3.
Well, there were 4 Emmons Fielders, right? There were the 3, and then there was and then there was the girl hobbit.
Yeah, and you also had Lan as Aragorn, so that
Yeah.
kind of
Who was Legolas?
Legolas. Oh. Is there a Legolas? I don't know.
The one that doesn't talk
Obvious
much
answer.
would be Legolas.
Yeah.
So Bella. We're all in agreement that Bella was
Bella.
Legolas.
Yes.
Not
No,
Fatty Lumpkin. Not Fatty Lumpkin.
No, Fatty Lumpkin doesn't exist. We're not body shaming Bella like that.
All right, fine, be that way.
For even those terrible aspersions. I agree with you, Jacob.
There's also a Golem character, the Padan Thane guy.
Yeah, definitely some of that going on. I would say, did you think that it was so? Some of the accusations about the Eye of the World is it's sort of a Tolkien or a Fellowship clone or something like that. Did you find yourself thinking that it was copy, or did you think it was just informed by or influenced by? Like what did you think of the?
You're gonna have influence from other novels or fantasy novels you've read. If you're writing a book about I mean, you're gonna have a little bit of, but no, I didn't get that it was a copy of Lord of the Rings.
Brian, what do you think? Are you agreeing that, I mean, mostly just influenced by Lord of the Rings? What do you think?
Well, I mean, just to be different, everybody says Lord of the Rings this, Lord of the Rings that. And I can't blame him. I mean, Tolkien wrote I mean, there was fantasy wasn't in that form. I mean, he was writing it based off of mythology. So I'm going to say Sword of Shannara, just to be different, just to be an asshole. Okay. I mean, the main character, Shay Omsford, in Sword of Shannara, he has more in common with Rand than Frodo does.
Okay.
But let's just say Sword of Shannara is almost a direct.
Yeah, that's even
rip of Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Wheel of Eye of the World is not. I mean, just the idea that it starts off in like Jacob said, in an isolated area, that free from the all the power, all the the ambitions of man and everything, or evil people. I don't know, whatever. And all of a sudden, a couple of characters, that have lived in a bubble, have just had their bubble burst, and bad guys, the evil bad guys, are after them, and that's pretty much where it ends. I mean, they're chased. Obviously, the chase happens throughout the book, but what I think Lord of the Rings kind of tried to do, especially when they were in Bree, because I was part of that stream that we covered it.
Yeah,
there were Sauron friends in Bree.
Yeah,
and so, but it didn't go much beyond that. But with especially Eye of the World, like that the Shadow Spawn are after them. Obviously, the bad guys, the demonic looking, or the just the bad guys. They're the bad guys that are meant to be cannon fodder and be scary. But what was even scarier than that was the fact that anybody could be a dark friend. So wherever they went, they were in danger. And that's pretty much why Eye of the World, especially when they split up, they're away from, especially right after Rand and Matt are separated. I mean, they're with Tom, and Tom's kind of like their father figure, giving them advice, and of course, them not listening to him, especially when they're on the boat or when they're on the spray. So they're cut off, and they have to be on their own. That's one of the best parts of that book. I mean, I love Winter Night, but it's tied with when they're in the Dancing Cartman and they're trying to survive on their own. They learn the stuff from Tom, how to sing, how to perform, so that they can make money, so that they can feed themselves. And then that stuff with the Dark Friend and the Dancing Cartman, that was nuts. And I was so, I mean, like, and I'm surprised you didn't say, "What's a Dancing Cartman?" That doesn't exist. Because that would have been a great moment for the show, but they decided that it was not good enough for the show. Because, all three books are the same book.
I told you, you quit it with that. No Rafe Judkins sort of, quoting going on here. We're talking about the books, I do want to interrogate the conversation you're having there, but I also want to say hi to Steve, Prophet of the Dragon. Thanks for showing up in the chat as well.
Steve,
yeah, see,
I don't know who that is.
he says exactly what show? Never heard of it. Exactly that. Oh, hey, Jack, thanks for coming by as well. Okay, so you were talking about the building tension. So I think that's a good point to to have this conversation about sort of debunking this idea that Eye of the World is a Tolkien clone, right? So in the Fellowship of the Rings, really the Lord of the Rings as a series, one of the things that we've talked about on our book club streams is that Tolkien really did these tonal shifts where he would ramp up tension and then he would back away from it, and it would be this sort of like charming little story about Tom Bombadil, and then there'd be tension with the Barrow Wights, and then there would be like safety in Bree and the the silly sort of scene in the inn in Bree, with like the fat innkeeper and all this kind of stuff and these like petty sort of town stuff, and then like they're on the road and they're going to Weathertop and like the tension is rising, and then it just it kind of tonally shifts, right? But in the Eye of the World, I feel like it is like constant pressure.
Once they leave that village and the village is attacked, it's constant through the whole book.
Yeah, and they're in constant fear the whole time, and like it's
Yeah.
I forget, it was in Eye of the World where he starts. I mean, he starts using the flame in the void when they're attacked, so that he won't just panic or freak out or something at the fact that he's someone's trying to kill him. He can defend himself. He can put everything out so that he can defend himself. That's how dangerous of a situation they're. I mean, they're constantly. You have freaking, no offense, Pips, but White Cloaks. That they ran into. You have the Shadow Spawner after them. Then they run into White Cloaks and Merrilin, and then they go into a battle. And all of a sudden, Matt's screaming something in Old Manetheren. I forget what the language is called. He's just saying Karai Kaldazar, and you're like, what the hell is he saying?
Karai Kaldazar, Karai on Elisandra. There you go. Yeah, I mean just
also
good stuff, kind of just tumbling right off each other. The tension is going, even when you get to the points where you think there might be a reprieve. And I think this was intentionally toying with the sort of Tolkien kind of archetype for that tonal shifts, because you get to Berlon, which is clearly the sort of Bree kind of stand-in, right? You get there and they're like in the inn and things are good. And actually, I apologize, 20 people in the chat, in case we didn't say it is in the title, but cool. Spoilers. We're talking about the book. Spoilers. If you haven't read Eye of the World, if you haven't read The Great Hunt, leave now or forever hold your peace. So they're in Berlon, and there's a fade in the inn in Berlon. There's the White Cloaks, like you said, like there's different threats they never catch a break, even when they're on the spray, which some people have pointed to, like, no, see, there's breaks. Like it does the same thing as Tolkien, where they get on the spray carefree, right? Not carefree, because there's the one member, Florin Gelp, of the spray's crew who is plotting against them, right? So there's still, even on the spray, there's still some tension where there's somebody kind of plotting against them. They're thinking about where they're going to have to go because the spray is going to stop somewhere. They're still being pursued, right? You never lose the knowledge of the threat.
So, yeah, and the fact that
what happens when they get it was the first village they get to, and there's a what are they called? The guys in black with no eyes. A Murdral. Right? Is that the same? It's the same city that they land in.
White Bridge.
Okay, you're talking about White Bridge, where the Fade and Tom face off.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So where the spray lands. Yeah.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I guess Jacob, what were you going to say about White Bridge? Right. So they get to White Bridge, and there's.
Well, I'm just saying. It's like that guy got off the boat and alerted some dark friends, and boom, there's a Thade there.
Yeah. So there's dark friends already there. What else did we learn? Who was there even before they got there? If you recall, right? So when they first show up, there's like somebody recognizes them, right? The innkeeper at the inn they go to recognizes them because Padan Fain and because the Murdral have been searching, right?
Right.
Um, so I want to say
So Banfane was ahead of them at that point.
Murdral. I want to say the Murdral was there when they showed up. Padan Fain had been asking about them, I think, when Moraine showed up in sort of the second kind of go through. The chat can correct me if I'm mixing this up here. But the issue is that even the little town of Whitebridge, before, during, and after they're there, the pursuit is on, right?
Right.
Yeah. So Fane was ahead of them. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So
Camelin, I know he was there at Camelin when he was already in Camelin when he was the bum. He was the creepy bum that Rand ran away from. And that's how he meets, Elaine and Galad and Gowan. But but like just the fact that like all that tension. I was trying to make my point earlier, but Jacob had to interrupt me. But then again, sorry. No, I'm kidding. But the fact it all came to a head to the point where a dark friend just goes up to him. I think it was name. What was his name again? Peter or something.
Piter.
Like, I wanted to talk to Piter, whatever. Talk to him. Mm-hmm. Just punches him in the face. I think it was Matt punches him. They punch him in the face. Like, get the fuck away from us. We had enough of you. Yep. We had enough of your kind. Sorry. I'd be pissed too.
Without a spoil, without too much of a spoiler, I will say, you might see Piter again.
I think I have an idea. I think they're gonna. I think what I think is gonna happen is he's gonna show up, and Picard. It's gonna be a Picard situation where he shows up just to. That's what I think.
Okay.
I don't know for sure.
What I will say is I don't want to spoil like his context or anything, but I'm just showing that like even this early in the series, the named characters are being set up for their own kind of arcs that are going to happen. It's it's one of those things that I love about this series where the reader who like is really paying attention, and this is why rereads are so great in this series, because like everything matters. So all of the little details end up coming back again. And it's just, I guess you could say phenomenal forethought on Robert Jordan's part. Or you could say that he has a really great note stack while he's writing his books and is pulling pages from it to, hey, I need a character to do something. Let me go find a character that I've had before, reintroduce them, bring this back together. But the bottom line is the payoff, right? Okay, so I have another question for you guys. What do you guys think about the maturity of the story? Is this a YA novel? Are these YA characters? So that's one of the other, I think, conversations that sometimes happens around this.
There are moments in The Great Hunt that feel that way, especially when Perrin and Matt are not getting along with Rand in the beginning.
Yes.
But there's a reason for that. So it's not like not juvenile. Like when I think about YA and juvenile behavior, I think back to Harry Potter. Like every book, Ron is always there's always an issue between Ron and Harry or Ron and Hermione. It's always Ron. Ron's always the stupid asshole. That's the center of all the drama. So, but I had some Harry Potter vibes from that. But ultimately, no. Now, this is a very mature book. I mean, this touches on really deep themes. The fact that when I think young adult, I don't think deep. I don't think superficial. This series is not superficial by any means. Like, if it can hit me in the heartstrings, and it has, both books and parts of Dragon Reborn, I don't see it.
Is that how you feel about it, Jacob, as well, or do you think that the Eye of the World even? What do you think? Because the reason I ask is that there are some people who have levied this criticism against this book or kind of the early books kind of in general. and also the adaptation that we've seen from Amazon turned it into like a very sort of Riverdale kind of story, right? So what were your thoughts? Like, do you think there's even that element in the Eye of the World or in the characters that we're seeing develop?
What element? I'm sorry.
The sort of like YA kind of, your immature sort of emotional, these like the
No,
melodrama, especially with like relationship stuff, all of the sort of
I thought all
angsty
the
teen
in the
relationship
show,
stuff.
from what I've seen of the show, all the boys are acting like girls, pretty much.
You guys heard it here first. He said it, not me. So don't cancel the White Cloaks.
I mean, that's what we've been getting from a whole bunch of shows. They're turning the men
That's true.
into women and the women into men. Crazy.
Just because you don't like, I can't go there. I'm sorry, I can't go there. You don't like strong women.
No,
Sorry.
No. It's go for it. The views of the Nerdtorial do not represent
turning a woman into a man is not a strong woman.
I've never heard that before.
Oh man.
Okay, I think in the book, Matt is very high strung, and he's freaks out a lot at first.
Yeah, screw it.
In the Eye of the World, or are you kind of roping in the Great Hunt a little bit here?
Yeah, a little bit of both of the books.
Okay. So here's an interesting question for you. You guys have read the Great Hunt. Nerdtorial, you've gotten a little farther in the Dragon Reborn. Jacob hasn't gotten as far. He hasn't gotten to the Matt POVs yet, I don't think. So we'll limit the conversation about Matt to really, let's look at first the Eye of the World, then the Great Hunt. What do you guys think of Matt's character when you were reading the Eye of the World, when you were reading the Great Hunt? Like, how would you describe Matt based on those books? And maybe Jacob, we have you answer this first because you haven't even seen Matt in book 3 yet, right?
Right.
So what do you think of Matt's character?
They always have, just hear me out here. They always have an opportunity to run, from danger. And it's, I think it really comes to a head at the end of book 2, where they're surrounded. They've got the White Cloaks on one side and the Sea People on the other side. And there's nowhere to go. They have nowhere to go. So they have to stand and fight. I think that's when it really comes to a head and their characters show in that moment. If you know what I mean.
I think I understand in general, but like when we're talking specifically about Matt, I guess I'll maybe focus it down a little bit. Do you think Matt has a character? Because this is an accusation about Matt. Do you think Matt is a character in the Eye of the World? Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
How would you describe his character?
He seems like he likes to make trouble and get into mischief.
Okay. Do you think he's a good character? Like we'll say morally good. Do you think is he? So if he's a mischievous guy, right? So that puts him probably chaotic, right? Do you think he's like chaotic good, chaotic neutral, chaotic evil? Where are you putting him?
I don't think he's evil.
Has never played D&D, so he doesn't know.
Okay, I haven't either. So. I don't think
he's he's not
evil.
Right. Do you think he's good or do you think he's neutral?
I think he's good. I think.
Okay.
I mean, they're all kids, when this book starts, or when the Eye of the World starts, they're kids. So they act like kids. They have growing up to do.
Okay. Yeah. And they're going to, right? We definitely see that. Brian, what do you think? How would you describe Matt's character in the Eye of the World?
Matt? I mean, he starts off, he's a kid, he he doesn't want to be noticed. He's trying. Him and Rand are trying to avoid having to do work. Like kids. Nothing evil about that. Hey, I do that. I do that as an adult. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets into trouble. He likes to. He's very inquisitive. He sees things. He takes it, like the whole dagger thing. He has the Shatter Logoth. Takes the dagger. Doesn't realize what he's doing. A little impulsive on that end. But here's where his character really shines for me, and I've said this during my stream. So Matt and Rand are separated after Whitebridge from Tom. So Tom is they think at this point they think Tom is dead, so they're devastated.
Yeah.
So there's a point where they certain thing happens, certain thing that doesn't happen in the show at the Dancing Cartman happens. They almost die as a result. And I forget the name of the dark friend was named. I forget his name. Pips would know. He remembers everything. But it was a goad or something. But doesn't matter.
Goad definitely sounds right. But yeah, I can.
But Rand is once again to the point that they're in such danger. Rand unconsciously channels Sidene and kills I think he kills all the dark friends, and he gets sick as a result. And he gets headaches and he gets nauseous, and he can't take care of himself. And Matt's already has his problems. He's already been, he's had the dagger. He's been getting worse and worse and worse. He's been brooding. And Matt steps up to help his friend. That's the most important. That was the thing that got me to really love the character of Matt. And no, he was a character in that book. Now he didn't have a point of view yet. I was kind of disappointed he didn't have a point of view of the Great Hunt, but then again, that's just nertorial nitpicking because I'm just an asshole nitpicker. Look at me and Steve with Picard, but that's not important right now. But yeah, Matt is a great character, and at the point of the story right now, and I read it, and let's just say he goes out, he sees something, he sees people, does something with a couple of people, and gets something as a result of doing that thing with a couple of people. And it was let's just say I was doing one of my Chicago walks late at night. I was listening to that chapter, and let's just say something that he did happened a long time ago in history, and I laughed out loud, really loud in the neighborhood. I think this was like after midnight, so I think I must have woke up the neighborhood when I heard that. So, not saying what it is, but it was because of a previous chapter. It just made me, I don't know.
Nice. Well, hey, we're gonna say goodbye to Jaden. Thank you for coming by the stream, and hope you can catch with our panel later. And he says he's got to eat too, which that's true. Everybody's got to eat. Hydration. Jacob, he's drinking water over there. We're drinking, water-like substances. I think alcohol it's like
it's
mostly water.
It's a liquid.
This is on the rocks, or was on the rocks.
Perfect. Yeah, ice. It's got ice in it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, these are all good things. Okay, so we like Matt. So talking about Matt. So what did you guys think the scene on the road where so Brian, you brought up Rand is starting to get his kind of fever stuff going. First of all, okay, Jacob, Brian, both of you guys. Brian, I guess we talked about this a little bit on your stream. So Jacob, let's get your thoughts. After the Dancing Cartman and until they kind of get to Camelin, Rand and Matt's story gets a little, we'll say, jumbled, right? A little bit jumbled. What was your take on reading that for the first time? What did you think was happening? Did you like that section of the book?
The part where they're like hiding in the brush every time people go by and that kind of.
Yep. And there's the red scarf and getting in the farmer's cart and like jumping off the road, like you said, hiding under the bushes, running away from farmers, just kind of the general sort of flight from Four Kings. to Camelin.
That they didn't know who to trust. I mean, they had run into several dark friends along the way, and I can understand when not wanting to get involved with people until there were like a bunch of people where you could kind of blend in. But
So
and
I guess
too,
what did
when
you
you're
think?
not feeling well, I mean,
Mhm.
they were both sick and like, I don't have anything to do with anybody.
What did you think of the like nature of the narrative itself? Do you think it worked with like the pieces disjointed and out of order? Did you think when they were reading? I know we talked about it on Brian's channel. When you were reading it, did you catch, and what did you think about, if you did catch, the fact that those scenes were not, they were not in a linear order, right? You were, as a reader, you were reading them out of
What now? They were out of order?
order. Okay, well, hey, uh, so this will be something I guess you can look for if you do a reread, which I think you should. After you finish the series, you go back. Then that's the best reread. Um, pay the next time you read through the Eye of the World, pay attention to this section, and because I think one of the things that I noticed on my first read, and it wasn't until I kind of got to Camelin and kind of looked back at it that I realized sort of what was happening, which was they were all from Rand's point of view, right? All of
Yeah,
those scenes, and Rand was like combination of a crazy fever and like high out of his mind, right?
right.
So the events
So he was
were
flickering all over the
jumbled,
place.
kind of, yeah, like the events were jumbled in his mind, and the scene with the farmer and the scarf is the scene that is supposed to kind of tell you as the reader that, like, wait, I've seen this happen before, and you start to realize that he is like experiencing time in like a crazy, disoriented, jacked up way, essentially.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Okay,
I'll
well,
have to write that down and remember that.
okay, so to you, I guess you just kind of read through it, and were catching that he was sick and sort of being pursued and stuff like that, but you didn't catch the timeline, I guess, aspect. Is that fair then?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I think I had to get
Now
to
did
Camelin and then like
Nerdporial
look
catch
back
that?
and think about it. I don't know if we let Nerdporial catch it. I think Dane might have been on that stream. Did you catch it, Brian, or did Dane tell you about it?
What again?
The sort of temporal aphasia that was happening with Rand's point of view as they were doing the flight from Four Kings.
Temporal aphasia. Okay.
All right, guys, moving on. My guests, they're not understanding my horse speech, so we're just gonna move right along.
You're talking about when Padan Fain's like, oh, like there were points where Rand would disappear.
No, no. We'll get to that stuff. All right. Well, let's Camelin. On the way to Camelin, we got to talk about Perrin though first, right? Perrin's stuff with Elias, the stuff where they're getting pursued. I mean, the Tinker stuff, you learn some good things about the Eye of the World. We get that from the Tinkers and the Aiel sort of story. But the scene that like
Yeah.
sticks with me is really Perrin watching the fox get killed by the ravens, right? And where he like looks over at Egwene and is like, would I have the strength to kill you? Would I have the strength to murder you with this axe to keep you from being killed by those ravens?
Yeah, pecked to death.
Like, holy, like, okay. You guys got to tell me, what did you think of Perrin's kind of arc, right? Like, I read this section of the books, and like I am just like, you know, stuck on it. It is so good.
It was freaking roller coaster ride, that chapter. You're just like
Yeah.
you're there. It's like freaking Alfred Hitchcock's. It's like Alfred Hitchcock's birds. They're coming for your eyes. And what's funny is Perrin's dreams are birds eating his eyes and everything.
Scarier though. Birds, like those are just rubber
Yeah.
crows sitting on top of girls in the street and stuff like that. Not scary.
Okay, okay, fine,
No.
fair. But yeah, yeah, just the way that Fox got killed, and like it's like, I mean, there are bad ways to go. That, and like just Perrin's way is a easier way in his mind to go. Like, do you want to be packed? Do you want to be packed and eaten alive? Like that's what it is.
I mean, picture a foot tall bird with a beak that's like 3 inches pecking at, and there's a bunch of them and they're all pecking at you. No, that's not a good way to go.
Unless you're Harry and Marv from Home Alone 2.
I have to ask, do you guys like real talk here? Do you think a human could be pecked to death by some crows?
Yeah.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
It's have you guys ever someone ever asked you like, hey, would you rather like fight one sort of like horse-sized duck, or like 100 duck-sized horses?
What?
No. You never like, hey, how many, like if you were locked in a room and like every 10 seconds like a 10-year-old kid spawned and just like attacked you, like a little 10-year-old zombie kid,
like Children of the Corn, that type of deal.
How many of them could you take before you were overwhelmed? No.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to, I've watched enough Stephen King to imagine that.
These
kill those little bastards.
These aren't the stories, the games that you play with your coworkers when you're sitting there and you're just like waiting for stuff to go on at work, and you're like, all right, I think I could kill at least like the first 30 or 40 before I got tired, and then like after that,
It's like Gremlins.
Yeah.
Coming through your window.
All right, far afield, we're talking about assaulting zombie 10-year-olds. Yep, there you go. Here you go. Doll's getting into the spirit of it here. Would you rather fight one child-sized corn or 100 corn-sized kids? A child-sized corn actually sounds pretty tasty. Like, I mean, are we talking about, could you steam it, slather it in butter? Like, what are we doing? Like a corn, like, I mean, that sounds fine.
I need to keep drinking.
Your weapon is your teeth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That'd be good. Okay.
Right, that's the end of the ride. It's all gone.
Now I'm stuck on the horse-sized duck
Rips.
pinching me to death.
It actually is probably more dangerous than it sounds. Like a giant horse-sized duck, like that mouth with the bill, like that could, that'd pinch you pretty good.
Yeah. Affleck.
Yeah.
Affleck.
Okay. All right. The Children of the Light with Perrin. What did you guys think? Were the Children of the Light a good villain in book 1?
I don't know. I guess so. I mean, they're kind of like, oh wait,
Brian, what are you laughing?
There's something not right about this kid. Let's burn him. No.
Yeah. Yep. Brian, wait.
I mean, that was I guess that was a threat. There? I mean, they're both tied up, can't go anywhere, and they're I can see the threat there with the white cloaks. But when they have to handle one Aes Sedai, they can't.
They not even.
Kevin has the answer. Trick question. The children are the good guys. Fact check true. That is correct. The children of the light are good. John pointing out good antagonists, not really villains. I think that's a fair answer as well. Would you guys agree with
Yeah.
that? That like they serve a antagonist role because they are at odds with the heroes and their sort of quest, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it was open to interpretation if they were gonna be villains when you were in Berlon, right? Like our very own Dane Bornhold in Berlon there. Like he seemed like the Bill Ferny of sort of Berlon, right? Again, the throwback to
Yeah.
Bree, right? The guy who's potentially in cahoots with Sauron, or at least sort of a sympathizer, right?
All they needed was some apples, you know.
True. Yeah, just nail him right in the head. So the idea that they're antagonists early, and then later you get a little more nuance. You realize that okay, they're not necessarily evil. They just, they are what happens when lawful good is taken too far, right?
Yeah.
When the lawful
They're
aspect is
they're really
too much.
they really are a mixed bag, because you've got some of them that just see a dark friend around every corner, you know, and they're looking for dark friends. I mean, they are, but then you have more even-minded ones that don't see everyone as a dark friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, well, we'll get more into them in the second
this
book.
was in one of the other streams that you were talking about the White Cloaks. You're a dark friend until proven otherwise, or something. I think I heard somebody say that.
Yeah, that sounds correct. You are a dark fan until you say three sort of F. Rafe Judkins, and then at that point you might. Sorry, I talked about the show again. All right, that's on me. I'm gonna go get another bottle to refill my drink here.
Oh, okay.
You guys, let's do we want to move on and talk about Camelin? What do you guys have any thoughts that you want to talk about Camelin? Do you think, or Jacob, what do you want to say?
Well, I kind of wanted to go back to when Perrin met the wolves and
Okay, yeah,
what's his name? I really liked that part.
Elias.
Yeah, so
Elias, yeah,
the conversation with Elias.
right. I don't know, the whole thing of being able to communicate with a wolf and for the wolves to help you. I thought that was really cool. I remember that more than the
So,
conversation.
do you think when you were reading Eye of the World, did you feel like you got the impression of how like important that was going to be to his character and kind of the overall story? Did it feel like a side quest?
Not necessarily, no. I thought it added to the story. I mean, and it's also in the story, it's telling you that his eyes are changing color. I mean, you can kind of tell it's going to be part of the story later on.
Because the reason I asked that is just the show obviously deprioritizes Perrin's attachment to the wolves, right? So,
Right.
whereas I think it's pivotal, right? I talked about how, for me, reading Perrin's plot, especially with the wolves and the ravens and the steading and all of that stuff, is key, right?
Right.
And like I never would have thought that was kind of an expendable character note, an expendable plot line. So,
I mean,
by the way, switching to Redbreast. For those of you,
that's a pretty big part of his character, and to not use that in the show.
Yeah,
I thought that was really a waste.
Well, it's fine. We'll get it in season 2, or maybe season 3 if there's not enough time in season 2.
Or maybe he'll be able to communicate with ducks. You never know.
It'll be a wolf-sized duck or 100 duck-sized wolves.
Yes, yes.
All right.
A swarm of ducks.
So do we want to talk about Camelin then? Do we want to talk about Rand and Logain and Padan Fain and Loyal and everything that happens there? I mean, for me, I feel like Camelin is really where. Well, actually, probably Shatter Logoth, which we didn't even really talk about. Which, I mean, we are just rushing through this story, right? Shatter Logoth is where this story really breaks away from the Fellowship model, I think.
Yeah.
It would be like the Fellowship kind of breaking up before Moria.
Yeah.
It really changes a fair amount, or even really, honestly, before Rivendell.
From what I know of Wheel of Time, there's no elves in Wheel of Time or dwarves.
That is, yep. We can confirm that there are no elves. Some people will kind of say that the Ogier are a bit like elves, or maybe a combination of elves and Ents. I tend to think they're kind of a combination of like all three: elves, dwarves, and Ents kind of together. They're just, Tolkien took a lot of the sort of like nature aligned kind of fantasy character sort of, and put them together. Or sorry, I said Tolkien did. Robert Jordan did. But he gave them their very own kind of story, right? So it's hard to nail down what they are. I don't think that they're just elves, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. John in the chat is saying that they're elf analogs. I mean, I think the stonemason aspect sounds very sort of dwarf-like. The tree singing stuff sounds very kind of entish, right? So I think it's more complex than just elves.
The elves won't shy away from fight. I mean, they'll whip out arrows and kill orcs.
Plus, they talk a lot about being hasty, and we know that is a entish sort of proclivity.
And the Ogiers seem to be more peaceful.
Yeah.
And kind of shy away from fighting.
Is Nerdporial, Brian, do you agree with that?
About the Ogiers being like elves and everything.
Brian's like, I'm fighting in the chat. Leave me alone. Okay. So I wanna kind of move us along a little bit, but I don't want to rob anything that you guys wanted to talk about. So stop me if there's a part of the book that you kind of really wanted to talk about as like a favorite scene or something like that kind of resonated with you. But I feel like we have to talk about.
I feel like I haven't answered any questions in like the last 15 minutes. So, is there anything you want?
Because you've been fighting.
Is there any comments? Is there any commentary? I mean,
I just asked. You've been fighting in the chat. Look at that. Prophet, and you are waging a little side war in the chat over here, and all right, Brian, you tell me. You get it off your chest. You got your Better Call Saul shirt on, so it's time for you. I want a good infomercial pitch of the Eye of the World. Like,
bring out your inner Saul.
Yeah. Like, you are making this infomercial for the Eye of the World. What are you going to do?
I mean, like, are you looking for a fantasy series that doesn't completely how do I say it? That doesn't completely copy Tolkien? Well, you're in luck. Well, you're in luck, folks, because this book, Eye of the World, doesn't just cover taking a MacGuffin and throwing it into one place. there's more to it. There's constant tension throughout the entire thing. There's character building. There's not just one character that you're following. You're not just following one party. You're following several parties. Like frick, they split into three early in the book. Like they split into three different groups, and they all go into different directions. But that's all right, because you my friends deserve better than just a Tolkien ripoff. I mean, Sword of Shannara. Look at Sword of Shannara. No offense, Terry Brooks, but it's a direct ripoff. But then again,
his
publishers probably had him do it like that. That's probably why he did it. But I mean, once again, Mr. Jordan took things in a different direction, especially, and he matured the characters. He made the characters be on their own. I mean, like, so even in the Fellowship of the Ring, Frodo wasn't really on his own until second book, until Two Towers, him and Sam. So I mean, Rand and Matt already got really developed. That stuff was with Rand and Matt, in my opinion. I mean, I like the Perrin stuff too. The wolf stuff is kind of out there, a little too out there for me. I did like the birds. I did like the horror birds chapter. It was pretty crazy. Probably the best chapter. I want to see Elias again. That's my thing. I want to see Elias. We haven't seen him. I haven't seen him.
Something about Frodo too. Frodo was 50 years old, and he still wasn't mature.
Yeah, Frodo's 50 years old. You have Loyal is 80 years old. He's not mature. He's too young to leave the steading, and Rand, I think, was Rand 1920. Rand Man Perrin to Taverin.
Rand
19-20 years old.
Are like 19. Gadfly Fiction, if he's in the chat, he always argues that they're 20. I say they're 19. This is between the two of us. Yeah, this is our clash.
But Better Call in the World. I don't know.
You're drunk.
Well, something too.
You silly old fool.
The young people in Wheel of Time. When you're faced with things they're faced with, you grow up fast, and I think Jordan really showed that in his characters. I thought that was good.
All right, Better Call Gaul. That's pretty hilarious. Tank Beard. Yeah, you always have good puns and jokes on the Discord. I appreciate that. Trip, though, has a good. I appreciate. Trip is doing what I wanted you guys to do in the chat, which is help with some questions here. Let's ask some questions of these new first time readers, right? So Jacob, what do you think of Moraine's intentions to the Emmons Field kind of party in the early parts of the Outer World? Do you think what was your take on early Moraine?
No time for nonsense. Even telling them what's going on.
Do you think that
they really didn't have time? I mean, if you're one of them looking at her, I can see that they're like 50-50 on it. They hear all these stories about Aes Sedai and what they do, but they haven't really met one to know.
Did you, as the reader, ever have doubts?
I don't think so. I didn't.
All right, the chat is apparently getting rowdy today, and Nerdporial is in the fray. Brian, okay. What did you think of the scene with Rand meeting Elaine and Gowan and Ogiers?
I thought it was interesting how, like, because I believe he was running from, He was running from a creepy homeless guy who turns out to be a certain Bordeeth, or sorry, excuse my use of that word. But yeah, he was running away from a certain Padan Fain, and he climbed a wall. He scaled the wall, and he fell off. And
Well, I like
it was nice that like they didn't call security on him and threw his ass out right away. They took a liking to him right away. I'm wondering if it's because he's Ta'Veren. I don't know. Don't know.
Probably.
So,
I like what happens before he falls off the wall, though. He sees
Okay.
What's his name?
Lady Balefire's favorite character.
Logain.
Really? He sees Logain, and Logain is like
Lady Balefire has a crush on Logain.
A long ways
story.
is a long ways from Rand, and he looks directly at Rand, and Rand is like, "Oh shoot!" And then he starts laughing, and then Rand falls off.
Yep. Well, so he starts laughing. Rand, so Rand falling into the garden is what starts his kind of introduction to Morghese and them, right? And we get Elida kind of questioning him. I think that it is such a great scene with Rand when it's like commented that he has that Heron Mark blade in the throne room there with Morghese, right?
Yeah.
Because the Heron Mark had been commented on a couple times at that point with the White Cloaks in Merrilin, and then it had been like, oh, this young farmer with a Heron Mark blade was something that you heard in the kind of flight to Camelin, right?
Right.
But then you see like trained soldiers who their reaction to seeing that he has a Heron Mark blade tells you, I think, more than even Land's description of what the blade is that we got earlier, right?
Right. Now I can't remember.
What are you drinking over there?
I got some. Took a little bit of double oaked.
It's good stuff. All right, sorry, Jacob. I interrupted you because I was excited. Brian's getting more drunk. It's great.
I can't remember. Did they take his sword from him?
No, they didn't.
No,
because he had the handle wrapped with that ribbon or whatever, so they couldn't see the Perrin mark. Right?
I liked because after reading, let's just say I read a certain chapter that revolves around certain characters that were in this particular chapter. I liked how terrifying they are of Morghese, the queen. And I'm curious when I think we're gonna. I don't know when we're gonna see her again, or the what was the name? Bryn. What was the name of the Lord Commander of the Guard? Gareth Bryn. So I'm curious when we're gonna see. I'm curious when we're gonna see them again. But they think the best part of that moment was Elida, the Red Aja. That was I forget what she did. She looked into Rand, and she saw that things are going to be undone because of him. I forget what she did exactly. What did she do, Pips? I forget exactly what she did.
So she has a talent of foretelling, right? So it's a talent that is associated with users of the One Power that have these foretellings. And yeah, Trip brought up. So John, you're late to the party here. Jacob has not read more than a couple chapters in the Dragon Reborn. He's behind on his homework, so we're limiting the conversation to the Eye of the World and Great Hunt. And we've been slowly moving through it because there's just so much to talk about. But yeah, John is correct. She had a prophecy, and that's what happened. So she looked at him and she saw kind of who he was. She had this flash of insight, and then she says some stuff about her feeling, right? And Morghese questions it. She's like, "Hey, is that a foretelling? Like, what? Don't lie to me. Tell me plainly what's going on over here, because like as an Aes Sedai bound by the 3 oaths, you'll have to tell me the truth. And she's like, this boy is going to be wrapped up in some shit, right? Like that's basically what happens. And she does not let go of Rand, right? Morghese is willing to let him go. So he goes back to the Queen's blessing, he runs into Egwene there, and he's like, oh yeah, I just met the princess. And she's like, you freaking liar. And he's like, what I just met. And she's like, you and your garbage stories, you stupid boy.
Lummox.
Egwene's terrible. Sorry. Jonathan R., I know you like Egwene. Egwene's terrible.
That made me mad too.
And but it starts this whole thing, and like Elida is on his trail. She's looking for him in the city. But
one more thing.
Route. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Did the guards recognize that as a heron marked sword by the shape of it?
No.
I mean, how did they figure out that there was a heron mark on it?
So that was Elida. Elida's the one who noticed it, because she walked up to him. Because remember, she pulled back his collar. I think she pulled back his collar to look at the skin underneath, because that was one of her comments, that he has sort of the look, maybe, although his hair is too light, his eyes are too light. As a
hang on a second.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So Elida comments that his eyes are too light, his hair is too light, and his skin is, about right. However, she looks under his collar and like, hey, nope, too pale for a member of the Two Rivers, right? The Two Rivers, the sort of tanned kind of color would have been pretty common. He was very pale with a tan, so the difference there. And then she notices the blade at that point. So that's kind of what happened. And yep, sorry, Trip. You're right. Conversations about ducks. It's all my fault. So okay, we're in Camelin, and I think we'll let Jacob jump back in if he wants to after he deals with what he's got to deal with. But what did you think about the setup to, and then flight through the ways, the rejoining of the party, and then the interaction between Moraine and Matt?
Sorry about that.
All good, brother.
I'm trying to recall. So he gets back to the end, and then they're all there, and then Moraine's like, "Oh, Matt's got this. Stay away from him." And then she tries to like heal him the best that she can, but she can't because of the dagger and all that.
At any point, did she say something about the daggers feeding off the darkness within him? Anything like that?
It's been months since I read
that.
Bad
Pips. Bad Pips. I'm talking about that nasty show again. So, I don't know, the setup and entry into the ways I love about this book.
I mean, they go into. I know he has a dream. He has a dream of Balsamon again, and Balsamon brings up the Eye of the World. And because he brings up the Eye of the World, he tells Moraine this. Moraine's like, "Oh shit, Eye of the World's in danger, and we have to leave." And that's when they go to the ways.
Right.
They go to the ways, and Moraine knows how to do all this shit. Moves a leaf on a stone, moves it down, and then opens the ways, and then they travel through it. And there's all this tension. Like, because we know that there's something, inside this realm. Like there's something haunting the ways. We just don't know what it is. And the thing is, and I one thing that Mr. Jordan made clear several times is that when they try to light the ways, the light is fighting the dark really hard. That's how strong the darkness is in the ways. and it just makes you wonder, like, what's in this realm? How old is this realm? What else can be? What is in this? I mean, as a new reader, you're just thinking about all these things. You're thinking about what, like, how massive is this? Like, what is there to discover about this? What horrors are there awaiting them? Like, I mean, it's good fantasy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I definitely got the feeling of both expansiveness that you're talking about and also claustrophobia, right? Like you're reading it and like everything is pressing in on the light, like you're talking about, right? So I think
everything
pretty
around them
interesting
is
stuff
dark
there
too.
Yeah. But Jacob, I think you were about to say something. So what did you want to say?
Oh, I don't think there was a scene in the book where Moraine was sucking out black snot from Matt.
No. I asked, and you referenced the show. Damn it!
Bad Jacob.
Trip is gonna jump on me in the chat. I was platforming show conversation again. Damn it, bad pips. Okay. I love the ways in the books, right? Like it's so good. I love the world building of Loyal.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll bring that up. I love the world building of Loyal being the sort of expert on the ways that. So we've seen Moraine as this like really wise character. She knows all this stuff. She's very, who are you who is so wise in the ways of science? As another reference for you guys. So we've seen Moraine sort of elevated in this like knowledge, wisdom, whatever, but she doesn't know anything about the ways. She can't even find them without Loyal, right? Loyal has to guide them to the Waygate. And then through the ways, Loyal is the one that has to guide them. So it's setting Loyal up as a character that is even more knowledgeable and smarter than Moraine, which is like crazy to the reader at this point, right?
And he's the youngest of his race. He's a young one of his race.
But he's older than. Who's the oldest in Emmonsville again? What's his name?
Zen Bowie. Yeah, he's the same age as
Zen Bowie.
I mean, if Loyal knows this, what does one of his elders know?
Oh yeah, what does Elder Hammond know? Yeah. So Trip asks here, okay, what do you guys think? Most suspenseful, creepiest scene in Eye of the World? What are you putting there?
I don't know. Let me see.
One that
I got the graphic novels right here.
Ooh, okay.
One that stands out for me is when they are escaping Shadow Logoth, right? Is that how you say it?
Shadar Logoth, yeah.
I'm gonna go with. I know this people might not agree with this, but when they were stuck in the dancing carbon, I had the most suspense, most tension right there. I was like, how are they going to get out of this? Like, there's a bar. They can't. They're locked in. They are screwed. Like, they are royally screwed. I was like, how are they going to get out of this? And then lightning. Yeah. And then they're dead. But the thing is, it was such an amazing. It was crazy. It was a crazy ending. I wish that there were more panels. I was looking at that chapter in this thing. I wish it didn't just end with the lightning and that's it. I wanted to see like them, see the bodies. I wanted to see the bodies of the Dark Friend and his minions. I wanted to see them fleeing into the rain, into the night and all that. But that I think I don't know if that would be the scariest thing, but it was the most suspenseful. I was doing one of my my Chicago walks because I'm that type of guy. I was listening to Michael Kramer, and that was just an amazing thing to listen to while walking, and especially at night and everything.
I like that scene because humans are almost always the sort of most dangerous aspect of a story, right? Like there's something about that. The Dark Friend is almost more sinister than the Shadow Spawn in this story, right?
Yeah, because the Shadow Spawn, you see them, they're bad. What humans are the most afraid of, and I don't know, people might disagree with me on this, but humans are most afraid of the unknown. And I mean, if you've ever seen The Thing, or if you've ever
you,
seen any
you,
Invasion of the
you
Body
expect
who's bad, who's been subverted, or the TNG episode Conspiracy. I mean, it's that type
yeah.
of that stuff is the
I mean,
creepy shit.
you
You don't know
expect
who,
a Trolloc
someone that appears
to rip
normal
you
to
apart.
you, that will be acting,
I
that's
agree.
going to be
I
acting
agree with what
against
you're going
you.
with.
Yeah.
It's that's, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
need to drink.
you expect a Trolloc to be bad, to rip you apart.
Yeah.
You know, you don't expect a person that looks like every other person walking down the street to turn on you.
Yeah. But what were you saying again, Jacob? The part that you kind of thought was the
Yeah,
creepiest.
when they're fleeing Shadow Logoth, right?
So what kind of bad
I
the
mean,
flight
the
through it
Trollocs
with like
chasing
the
them.
Trollocs on them? Okay.
Yeah, with the Trollocs chasing them onto the, specifically when Rand and Perrin and are getting on
Okay.
the boat, and they're like charging them, and aren't they even ripping their own apart when one of them falls or something? Or am I just putting that? I mean, that's what
uh,
they do. They're
chat, help back us up here a little bit. I don't remember the Trollocs attacking their own in
I mean, injured
this book.
ones. No, okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I
don't
just
remember that from this book. I think what we see was the Trollocs kind of falling down and getting essentially taken out when the Fade is killed, right? So we see them thrashing around and things like that, kind of en masse. We sort of see that. I don't think this book has Trollocs fighting each other. They going mad,
well,
and I guess so.
I don't
Dahl
think
makes this point. They
fighting
went
each
mad and
other.
shot our Logoth, right? And that's an interesting thing. I'm not sure I know what you are referencing to. So
All I know is that
I
they're
might have
afraid to
it's not
go
there.
into Shadow Logoth in the first place. Like, they will
That's
not
fair.
Yeah.
enter. Like, even the Murdral will not enter
Yeah.
it. That's just
I
different.
just
I guess
remember
they're afraid of that different type of evil, I guess.
So
in
Andrew says killing each other trying to escape. So maybe I'm just kind of forgetting the instance that you're talking about. I can
so
definitely
I
see
just
that
like the
though. Like,
part when they get into the woods and it's dark woods and
yeah,
they're galloping and these Trollocs are like right there on them,
yeah,
running just as fast as the horse. And then the horse goes off the cliff, and they're like,
Oh.
I like that part. That was a
rip
pretty tense part.
Cloud. poor Cloud going right off the
Yeah.
edge.
Wait,
Uh,
he's not dead, is he? Cloud?
oh yeah. Cloud's dead.
When? I don't recall. I would have noticed.
I mean,
Remember that part?
I think they were just left
Cla-
behind. They were just left behind when they ran on the ship.
Trolloc meat, man.
mm, mm, mm.
They made a nice
all
stew.
of
The Trollocs made a nice
all of them
stew.
except for Aldib, Mandarb, and Bella. None of the others survive, unfortunately. Okay, so we kind of jumped back a little bit to answer that question from the chat. So we're talking about the ways. Do you guys have anything else you want to talk about with the ways, or do we want to move on to Faldara and then ultimately into the Blight?
I mean, what do we learn in the ways? I think the one thing I remember that we learned is that Moraine tells them, I believe Tom Merrilin is alive. I forget why she says that, but she says it.
So I know why she says that.
Is that a read and find out?
But it's one of those things that I think you pick up more on a reread than a first read. So it's sort of a reread and find out. I don't know. Chat, you tell me if you think that Moraine knowing or suspecting that Tom is alive on a first read. What do you think about that? I would say, man, it's been so long since I had a first
One
read.
thing I've noticed, I noticed this in the Great Hunt. He asks about her in the Great Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious if it's they're interested in each other, and that's probably why she says what she says.
Okay.
I'm not saying I know. This is just
Jacob, do you agree? You agree with that? You think there's something there?
What? Something
between Moraine and Tom?
I don't, like a relationship or something. Like they knew each other before.
Like there's a liking. There's a suspected that they take a liking to each other. Do you feel that way? Did you see any clues that might hint to that?
No.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So competing thoughts on their stuff as they go through.
I mean, really, how could you not like Tom?
Well,
especially in the Great Hunt.
That's very
especially the Great Hunt. That was the last time we see him was insane.
That was
insane, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
All right. Well, let's move on. Let's move on here. We'll try and get
the ways. Then I liked how they described I like how Robert Jordan described the ways. They're like in ruin. Parts of it are falling off, so there's no way to go that way, and all the rock is like.
And it's because of isn't it because it was the male Aes Sedai that put it together in the first place that built it, or am I wrong?
Yeah. It was
and because Saidin is tainted, that's why the ways are kind of degrading.
Yeah, we don't
ruins.
We don't know definitively that the darkening of the ways is due to the taint of Saidin, but I think that's probably the strongest theory, right? Like we never learn exactly what caused the ways to darken. We don't actually know much more about the ways. The ways continue to be mysterious, right? We learn more about them. We see them again. That's not too much of a spoiler, right? But it's always going to be left a little bit up to
Padan Fain. Is it too early to talk about Padan Fain in the ways?
Sure. Okay, Padan Fain in the ways. Yeah.
Padan Fain.
So
you have Mashin Shin, the evil entity that's like kill, eat, blood, eat, kill, like that. And then you have Padan Fain, who is even more evil, even more depraved than Mashin Shin. Mashin Shin's like, oh, you are not tasty. Get the fuck away from me. And then not only that, we find out Mashin Shin is weak-minded like a stormtrooper, and Padan Fain's will takes over Mashin Shin, because what does Padan Fain want the most? He wants to kill Rand.
Yeah,
he wants
never
Rand.
over, Althor.
He's after
it's
Rand.
Never over.
The war is never over, Althor.
That's his white whale.
Yeah.
So you're comparing him to. So you're comparing Padan Fain to Ahab, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
I gotta read that.
You heard it here first. Padan Fain is Captain Ahab.
So does that also make him Quint from Jaws then too?
Ooh, you know what? We're gonna say he's Quint from Jaws. It's better.
City hands right here.
We did the Jaws stream together. It's a better reference. And Rand, he's got gray eyes, like a doll's eyes.
Yeah, Padan Fain grabbed Rand's hands. Oh, they're soft hands. These soft hands.
You're gonna need a bigger wind. Thanks, Tank Beard, for that. That's a
Yeah,
great one.
there you go. Exactly. All right. So we get to Faldara, um, and we learn about the blight is about to just pour forth all these Trollocs into Tarwin's Gap. The Shienarans are about to go to the Gap, and they're like, "Hey, Lan, you're super badass." And then the Emmons Fielders are like, "Wait, you're badass?" And he's like,
Isn't Tarwin's Gap like right next?
No, stop it, Brian.
Tarwin's Gap right next to Faldara.
Stop it. Trip, get the squirt bottle out. Squirt Brian in the face with the little bad. So they're gonna go off. They're gonna defend Tarwin's Gap. They're gonna do this this whole thing. And Moraine is like, nope, I got more important shit to do. And we find out how deep and dark the taint on Padan Fain is when he shows up, right?
Beyond vile. Yeah. That was the quote is beyond vile. I gotta drink.
I love how Moraine is like, no, we need your armies to go with us. And she's like, and he's like, well, we have all these Trollocs coming for us. And she treats it like, okay, fine, go play with your Trollocs.
And then Agelmar's like,
yes,
Agelmar like has a disgusted.
Absolutely.
Agelmar has a disgusted look at when he sees the Taveran Rand, Matt, Perrin, because they're commoners, they're lower, they're not commoners. So what do they say in Game of Thrones? The small folk. They're basically the small folk. Basically, they're lower than the nobility. And he's like, Moraine Sedai, if you need real soldiers to go to achieve your objective, take some of my soldiers. Leave these untested boys behind. Take some of my men. She's like, nope. They all have to come with us. They all have to come with us. So yeah. Well, I thought that was. I remember like he Agelmar's very like has that disgusted. That just looks at them. It looks at the boys with disgust. And when they come back, they're all treated. They're all treated like gold. But we haven't gone that far yet. So.
Yeah, he treats them like they smell like. They smell like sheep. What are you taking these sheep herders with you?
Well, he decides to trust her when she says that they're from the blood of Manetheren, though, right? Like he's like, all right, yeah, that's what's up, and that's another kind of clue to the reader who the last time we really heard about Manetheren was weep for Manetheren, right? And then you show up at the Borderlands. These are the people who are fighting the Shadow day in day out, and they're like, oh shit, these dudes are from Manetheren? Like, all right, friggin' OG thorn in the side of the Shadow, right?
Yeah. Right.
So it definitely builds them up there with I think Lord Agelmar's kind of response to I would not doubt that blood, I think is the line that he says, right?
Yeah, and then he's like eyeing Rand too, like
yeah, a little bit.
He's Targaryen, isn't he?
Trip has a question for you, Jacob, and also you, Brian. You can jump in. Let's ask Jacob first here. So, did you have sympathy for Padan Fain during this reading?
At first.
Okay. When did Padan Fain lose your sympathy?
Well, I remember he's talking with the Dark One, right? Or one of his minions, and they're like, he's a pawn to them, he's a hound to track down the Rand.
I think that's the conversation. So I kind of get. Moraine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he's kind of there. I kind of feel sorry for him at first, but then he just, in the second book, he's like, goes completely evil and gets the dagger, and they're like, whoa. I mean, it was like out of nowhere. And like he's this evil person, even what are they called? The eyeless ones.
Murdraw.
Yeah, the
Murdraws.
eyeless
Even they're
shades,
they're
Murdraws,
afraid of
lurks.
him. So it's like,
Yep.
whoa, this guy's really did a twist, and have this really evil guy that even the most bad dark ones are
So
afraid of.
we're kind of bridging on to the Great Hunt here. Then, do you think that you kind of had sympathy for him through the Eye of the World, but you lost that sympathy in the Great Hunt?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The war is never over, Thor. We are gonna meet on Toman Head, and I'll be done with you.
Before he got the knife, he didn't have any power. He was.
I'll be honest, I was disappointed.
Just a pawn, but when he finds that power, he completely turns into evil.
Well, before he had the knife, he was able to track them. He was able to walk through Mashin Shin, right? So he didn't have no power. The knife certainly plusses him up a little bit here. So yeah, Dahl said he had some powers. There was some stuff going on.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that.
There you go. Dahl saying he was the Dark One. The Dark One's hound. So he was distilled is the word that in order to track down the Taviran, right? And then he
was still
ran
evil.
Into Mordeth. Yeah.
Before. But it's kind of like Gollum.
Yeah.
Gollum, you kind of have feel sorry for Gollum, but he's all ate up with the ring and evil.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about the blight and the stuff outside the kind of towers of Manetheren is some great stuff for Lan and Nynaeve, right? But I think just for the interest of time, maybe let's kind of just jump ahead a little bit to the finale of the book here. Jacob, tell us how did the end of the book sit with you? How did it resonate? Do you feel it was? There's a lot of people who say that the ending of this book confuses them. So what do you think?
Yeah, it did kind of confuse me a little bit, because when it was over, I was like thinking, did he just kill the Dark One, or was it one of the minions that he killed? I couldn't figure out who he killed there.
It felt very definitive. I'll say that. That's kind of why I didn't read That's why I didn't really have as much incentive to read The Great Hunt, because it felt like everything kind of wrapped itself up in a nice, neat little bow at first read. And plus, it was the one issue I had. I don't know if I ever brought this up before, but it was it's just the dialogue. I just felt the dialogue wasn't as organic and natural compared to Song of Ice and Fire. But then again, I was having talk with Dane about this, and it's a different type of writing style. Mr. Jordan wrote everything. Yeah, he outlined, he planned everything, whereas George just basically became the character, and he wrote whatever the character was thinking. I forget what he called it. The Gardner style. I forget what there's another word for it. Dane brought it up, but it was just different. It was just different, and I think that was part of the turnoff. I wasn't as invested with the dialogue and the way and just the way the prose was set up. I mean, even though it's purple prose, Martin's stuff is purple prose too. Like he goes into vast detail. Stephen King does the same thing. So I didn't have a problem with that. So it's just some dialogue just didn't make any sense. I'm like, huh? What? I'm like, what is he saying? And I had to reread it.
I definitely.
And there were points where I felt that the characters weren't talking. There were characters that weren't talking. But this was my first read. Second read, I didn't have as big of a problem with it because I knew the characters better.
Yeah, I think the end of the book was definitely written to be somewhat definitive, right? So if you kind of think of the, like the early, it was published in 91, and I'm pretty sure the story is essentially that Robert Jordan wrote The Eye of the World, got it published, and it was written to essentially be a standalone novel that could lead into this larger arc that he had planned, right? So, hey, if it didn't sell and it didn't get well published and appreciated,
it wasn't going to leave the reader with this.
Yes.
Like if it didn't, do good and move on to the rest of the story, it didn't ruin the book for the reader, I guess. And
exactly.
It's like an ending.
Yep, I think that's exactly the way to look at it. Jacob, what did you think was happening? So the final kind of showdown, right? So it starts out, it's in the Eye of the World. There's the Green Man, Agenor and Balthamel show up, and Balthamel and Agenor start just wrecking everybody, right? Like Lan thrown like a rag doll. Moraine, she's doing like as best as she can and is just like it's nothing, right? The Green Man sacrificed himself to basically take out Balthamel in like a pretty badass way to die, right? Like the Green Man goes and like bear hugs the dude, and he's like lighting him on fire.
Who are these characters you're talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop it! You've been warned before. I'm muting Nerdporial for his. He's talking about the show. He's muted. Right, you're off mute. That was your warning. That was your warning.
You muted me. You muted me. I have thousands of subscribers. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not important. But no, that scene was awesome. Like I could see that done, and like I could see that they could have done that. But the thing is, I mean, you have to think. Sorry, I'm going to bring up a certain Rafe Junkins.
All right. For the next 30 seconds, you're allowed to talk about the show.
All right.
That's what you got. Time's on
the they didn't know how to implement that. That's not an easy thing to implement live action. You have to. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that you have to think about. You have to consider. You have to formulate solutions and just think of ideas of how to put that on the screen. And they just didn't have the ability to do that, and that's why they didn't do that. That's what I think is going on. It wasn't simply discarding it. I just think it was competent competent filmmaking, and they didn't know how to do it. That's what I honestly
think. Given how the CGI Trollocs looked, it would have looked terrible. It would have been absolutely awful. It would have been the worst thing that they did, right? Like it just is. It would have been awful, right? But like Agenor, right? The showdown with Moraine, like that should have happened, right? Like the setup with Agenor and Moraine, and then the showdown between Rand and Agenor and the Jacob. So when you were reading that, like, what did you think was happening between Agenor and Tarwin's Gap and like the showdown with Baalzamon, and Rand's mom was there. There was the voice talking to Rand in Tarwin's Gap, right? I mean, did this make sense to you? Were you just like, I have no idea what's happening, but Rand is freaking, just kicking it. He's just crushing. And I'm about it. Is that?
I saw that he gave himself over to the power.
Okay. So
It just
it was sort
was
of
kind of like
like
kind
a
of like
Jesus take the
on
wheel.
autopilot, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Bad.
I can get that. I can get that.
But
Yeah, I do like they were having so much trouble fighting these two guys, and the Green Man dies, killing one of them,
Yep.
and he just and Rand just obliterates the second one with
Well,
no problem.
he obliterates himself, right? So that's kind of the interesting thing there is that Rand actually doesn't kill Agenor, right? They're
Oh, he
essentially
didn't. He didn't kill
wrestling.
him.
No, they're essentially like wrestling for control of the eye, right? So the eye is a pool of pure sidene, right? And
Okay.
Agenor is trying to pull off it. That's the cord of gold going into Agenor, the cord of gold going into Rand is that pool of pure sidene. And Agenor is trying to pull it into himself, right? And him and Rand are wrestling for control of this, and Agenor ends up essentially burning himself out. That he draws too much from the pool, and burns himself to nothing, right?
Right.
Brian, if you keep talking in the chat about how you don't even like these books, I'm going to kick you off, and it's just going to be Jacob Ironsides and I talk about how we like these books. And
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I love that moment. I want to talk. I want to talk. I want to go back. Now you're Moraine and Moraine and Agenor.
Sorry, what?
So Moraine. So we see Moraine.
Before you go too far here, I'm sorry, Jacob. Did you say you might have to go soon?
No, I said I have a storm rolling in, so if I go out, that's why.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Brian. All right.
The moment between, I mean, Moraine throughout the entire book, she's been cool. I mean, she's been pretty badass. Like she's laid down the law several times. And so whenever people had problems with her, she would just smile and come up with something witty to say. Nothing would phase her. Nothing would phase her. But when we get to the end, and Agenor comes, and she tries to attack Agenor with I think the earth collapses under him, and he just manages to walk on the air because he's one of the most powerful Aes Sedai during Age of Legends, and apparently he can do levitate. And she just freaks out, and she tells Rand to run. You don't realize how that's how she goes from the cool and collected Moraine to run, Rand, like she screams it, and that's how the chapter ends. Like that's how an episode that's how an episode of an adaptation should have ended, like that. And then of course then we get the Rand and Rand and Agenor, they have the thing, and then the Eye of the World comes and kills Agenor, and Rand, I think it suffuses itself into Rand, and then Rand goes into the battle, and then he kills the Trollocs, and he doesn't quite know what's going on from his point of view, and then he confronts Balsamont, and then it's just all then there. And you think that the story is over. You think that like there's very little that really kind of Great Hunt is different. Great Hunt leaves a lot open, leaves a lot of things unresolved, but Eye of the World does not leave a whole lot unresolved. So it was not
I agree with that.
Want to keep reading the rest of the series. That's why I didn't read much further than the first chapter. And plus, there were other books I wanted to read. So I know Pips hates. I know you hate me for this because no.
I understand. I understand the idea that you could finish the Eye of the World and feel like the narrative was complete and be like, Cool. I read it. It was a good story. I liked where it happened. You know, it wasn't my maybe
I mean,
favorite, but like I liked what happened.
yeah, I
Now
mean,
I'm gonna go read something.
I
get it.
the thing that makes a person want to read more is and I know we've had this conversation. We talked about cliffhangers. I know Pips legendarily hates the idea of the cliffhanger. All right, so then let's not say cliffhanger. Let's just say lots of things. Let's just say that lots of things are unresolved. There are things that are unresolved that were either important or maybe that it could be important in the future. That's kind of what makes me want to watch more. So like if I watch an anime show and they don't resolve everything in the first season, I watch the second season where they do resolve everything. Let's say they bring in late in the series, they bring in a third party, a third faction that wants power, and they don't at the end of that first season they don't wrap that up. That faction's still out there and they're gonna pull shit. I'm talking about Gundam, obviously. I want to see how that resolves. I want to see how that resolves with that faction, those characters. And I think what the Great Hunt did was the Great Hunt. Like you have things that were unresolved. You had there are still those Sean Chan people that are still out there. They're still out there. Leandrin's still out there. She was bad. She's still out there after the Great Hunt. There's Padan Fain. They were setting up setting up a fight, and I mean, you guys might all disagree with me. You guys might say, well, the Great Hunt was a perfect book, but I don't know. I feel like, but Altamont just came out of nowhere to fight, and I'm like, why is he fighting Rand when they're fighting the Sean Chan? They're not even fighting Dark Friends or Shadow Spawn. They're fighting the Sean Chan, but because he blows the horn, he fights Baalzamon, and I'm just like, okay, that just kind of came out of nowhere. Where's the Padan Fain fight? I would have been okay with him fighting Padan Fain and Padan Fain saying, "He who fights that runs away, lives to fight another day, Althor. The war's never over, Althor." Something like that.
I don't know.
I would have been okay with that. But then again, that's just me being an asshole right now.
Okay. All right. That's just you just being an asshole from Chicago, or what is it? What's the
dipshit
from Chicago? Sorry. All right. John Thomas, I think makes a point here. So, all right. It closes. It wraps up the sort of main plot of the Eye of the World, but the Horn of Valere shows up. The banner of the dragon is found. Seals from the Dark Run are broken. Moraine, he's like, I killed the Dark One, and Moraine is like, shut your damn mouth. That's not what happened. And he's like, no, I totally did. And she's like, no.
They say Baalzamon said, shut your mouth. I'm talking about Baalzamon.
All right, Jacob, how did you feel about the end of this book? Did it make you want to read more? Nerdporial is over there. I guess Jacob, you're muted. I think you're muted. He might have muted himself intentionally.
We love you, Jacob.
He's like,
sorry.
There he is.
Sorry, I had to drop out there for.
No, that's fine. So what did you think? Are you team Nerdporial here, where you read the end of the book and you're like, I can take it or leave it, and you only kept reading because we and Brian talking about the Great Hunt were making such a convincing argument? You're like, I got to read the Great Hunt. I got to do this. Or you finished the Eye of the World and you were like, you were invested. You felt like you wanted to read more. Where were you?
Well, I was like, well, there has to be more to the story if there's how many books? So it's like
13 more.
gotta be more to the story. So it's like, yeah, I'll keep reading.
Sort of the meta analysis. You were like,
I did take a little break in between, but yeah, then I picked up the Great Hunt and enjoyed that book.
All right, well, let's talk about the Great Hunt then, right? Gosh.
Kneel, you worms. Kneel.
I love the setting. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this out there. The Twitter time crowd is just loves the shit out of the Dark Friend Social. It's okay. Like I like it because it sets here, sorry. John made a comment between Rand and Garth.
Who's
Gareth?
Garth?
Gareth Bryn?
Garth is a Star Trek
I think
character.
that might I was gonna say I think that might be Gareth Bryn. If you're talking about Gareth Bryn, put it in there. Or whatever the character is, we'll bring that back up. But the Dark Friend Social is interesting because it sets up the idea that lots of people in all sorts of positions, high or low in society, are dark friends, right? Like it's not,
Yeah,
they're everywhere, right? And so,
and it
so that
also
like
puts
stakes.
It also puts pawns on the board. You get that there's two Aes Sedai
Yeah,
that
yeah.
are, you don't know who they are, but there's two Aes Sedai.
There's
There's
Shinnarans.
a Shinnaran.
You're like, who?
And
Who?
yeah, right.
And the man who calls himself Bors is stunning. He's stunning everybody. Waiting, just looking for weakness.
Ooh,
right.
Okay,
right.
here's a good question. Here's a good question, Jacob. Did you when during Nerdporial streams did you start reading these books? I guess I'll put it this way. We'll more focused because everyone who's watching has already read The Eye of the World and The Great Hunt because we said spoilers. So did you know about Ingtar before you were reading? And if you didn't know, did you figure it out before the reveal? Or was Ingtar a surprise? You get to Falma and you were like,
it was a surprise. It was like, what?
Nice.
That's why he wanted the horn so badly. It's not because he wanted, to save his people. It's because he's a dark friend. It was mind blown.
What did it feel satisfying to you? Like, because so it was a surprise, but when you were surprised by it, did the pieces click together, or did you feel like it was forced?
No, the pieces fit together.
Nice.
I
felt that way too.
I really liked Ingtar. I thought he was a great character. And then you find out he's been, the dark friend all along. But then he redeems himself though, which was
he does. Yeah.
honorable.
Yeah. All right. I had to ask because Brian got it spoiled for him, right? Like you inadvertently got Ingtar spoiled, right? And yeah, John brought up that it was Gareth in The Eye of the World. I think we talked a little bit about it, the interaction between Rand and sort of all of them in the throne room there. I think the best thing that I can say there is Gareth. He had a couple comments talking to the Queen mostly, and also how he kind of stepped forward. There's the thing, like he stepped forward towards Rand, but like with the expectation that like he was going to be in trouble, fighting, which is interesting because I believe we later find out that Gareth Bryn is also a Blade Master. I'd have to. I might be misremembering that. You guys can correct me in the chat, but I think he is. So it's so good stuff with Gareth Bryn there. But please leave a comment. Tell us like the specific thing that you kind of thought was worth talking about with Gareth and him. All right. So back to the Great Hunt. I mean, there's such good like world building with Shannara and like the sort of the culture that's there. I don't think we want to talk too much about it other than to acknowledge it was kind of a really fun read with like the women's quarters and kind of how the interaction of the Shannara and men and women, how Rand was so embarrassed all the time. Good stuff, right? Do we want to just jump to Blood Calls Blood and just kind of go into it with the Fades and the Murdral attacking Faldara, Padan Fain's escape, the dark prophecies, right?
But first, one more thing about the
Yeah.
meetup of the Dark Friends.
Yeah.
The way Balsamon comes into their mind, he's like right there in their face, and like grabs them, and they like go into convulsions. He's like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. He's like not telling them the full story of what he wants them to do, but he's like implanting something in their head. Is that what was going on there?
I don't know if we ever like really know specifically what weave he was kind of doing. It's also possible that was all in the dream. Unlikely, but possible. So, yeah, we don't get a definitive answer on that.
Okay.
It was good, Lady B. I'm on to multiple other whiskeys from then. Okay, so blood calls blood, right? Like such a great chapter. The dark prophecies, like I don't know.
Can I read it?
I love.
Can I read it? Can I read it
Yeah.
really quickly?
Yeah.
All right. All right. You guys ready? I'm gonna take off my glasses for this one.
Ready.
Daughter of the night,
Oh, man.
she walked
The
again.
The
The
nerdtorial
ancient
glow.
war
It's real.
she yet fights. Her new lover she seeks. Who shall serve her and die, yet serve still? Who shall stand against her coming? The shining wall shall kneel. Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is and blood was and blood shall ever be. The man who channels stands alone. He gives his friends for sacrifice. Two roads before him, one to death beyond dying, one to life eternal. Which will he choose? Which will he choose? What hand shelters? What hand slays? Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is and blood was and what blood shall ever be. Luke came to the mountains of doom. Esam waited in the high passes. The hunt is now begun. The shadows hounds now course and kill. One did live and one did die, but both are. The time of change has come. Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is and blood was and blood shall ever be. The watchers wait on Toman's head. The seed of the hammer burns the ancient tree. Death shall sow and summer burn before the great Lord comes. Death shall reap and bodies fail before the great Lord comes. Again the seed slays ancient wrong before the great Lord comes. Now the great Lord comes. Now the great Lord comes. Blood feeds blood. Blood calls blood. Blood is and blood was and blood shall ever be. Now the great Lord comes. Great moment in this book. I mean, I'm gonna say I'll say this. I said some of the dialogue was a little wooden in Eye of the World, but this shit right here, this is gold. This prophecy is amazing. So hopefully I'm not the asshole now. I'm gonna put my sunglasses again.
You're sometimes the asshole.
I am.
Trip
that's true.
Question that's relative then. Do you guys, and I'll direct this, first at you, Brian, and then to Jacob. Do you think that the Great Hunt was Jordan kind of coming into his own voice, right? So the Eye of the World we talked about was pretty. He had a lot of influence that was going on. He was paying some homage to Tolkien, to Howard, maybe to Shannara Chronicles if you're Nerdtorial. But he was kind of making some nods, but telling his story, right?
Yeah.
And then the Great Hunt, like, I feel like the answer is yes, but I kind of want to hear, do you think that the Great Hunt is really Robert Jordan's voice and his story kind of coming out?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the prophecies was just a new flavor to this. And I've had this conversation with Dane on my server. I think George was jealous and kind of tried to replicate this in Song of Ice and Fire, especially in the House of the Dying chapter of the second book, Clash of Kings, the dragon has 3 heads, and all these type of prophecies, which I've been really, reading theories on for years, when Game of Thrones was on. But this came out. This precedes that, and I'm going to say I think the way he wrote these prophecies is better. Like it's just like he knows religion really well. I mean, the random person that was listening to The Great Hunt was listening to the prologue of The Great Hunt when I was taking my mother to the eye doctor. Told me that was the thing that she was the most interested in, and especially I think every religion is referenced in this book and in this series, excuse me. So, but when it comes to prophecies, it's just I don't see anything like everything that came out afterwards. They had prophecies. I think tried to imitate this. That's my take. That's my take.
Oh, that is an interesting point. I mean, Jacob, do you agree first with like this is Robert Jordan's voice, and do you agree that like Robert Jordan kind of sets a high watermark for like fantasy prophecy stuff? Like, I'm hard pressed to think of something that has as good, especially in the payoffs, right? Like, and I, you guys are both at the point now where like you haven't really seen the payoffs to these prophecies, which is, well, you know what? This prophet, a lot of the prophecies from Blood Calls Blood, you get some payoff, right? So 5 ride forth and 4 return, right? There's reference to the Shan Chan. There's reference to, but there's also ones that you haven't seen payoffs for, right?
Yeah, the brother, or the not the one that's connected to Lan, for instance. That I'm curious about.
So one shall live and one shall die. Isom waits in the high passes. There's stuff that you have not yet learned and not yet seen sort of culminate. But Jacob, are you on board with what he's saying?
Yeah. I would say that. And two, the first book is he's just starting out with, he doesn't know if it's going to do well or not. And he's kind of, going by what his publicist and those people are saying to, kind of write. But once it did well and he started this second book, I think, I think he really did come into his own here.
So we've kind of cheated and talked a little bit about the Great Hunt while we're talking about the Eye of the World, which is fine. We're here talking about the books. I don't want to keep you guys. Like, I don't know how long you guys have to talk about these. I'll stay up all night and talk about these books. I love them. So you guys tell me how much time you guys have. So do we want to kind of leapfrog a little bit and just talk about like, hey, maybe just ask you guys to talk about your favorite scene from this book and we can talk through that, or do we want to just we'll spend the next hour talking through kind of play by play, like what do you guys want to do?
Hey, I'm cool. For an hour. I'm cool. Yeah, all right. Cool with the hour. Let's talk this. Well, then, The Great Hunt's the better book. The Great Hunt's the better book. Yeah. Let's give it equal. Let's give it more than equal time.
I'm not joking. Hours. Brian's like, I don't have anything to do until Monday. Let's play.
Okay, that's not true, by the way. And but yeah.
All right.
I want to talk about it.
All right. Okay, so we talked about Blood Called Blood, the Dark Prophecy. Padan Fain gets out. Egwene is an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Jonathan R, if you're still in the chat, Egwene sucks. Can we, chat? Throw a Y in the chat if Egwene sucks. The man stuff that I like in Faldara. I like the training with the sword, the talks that Lan gives, the scene where Lan takes Rand to meet the Amerlin and talks like, hey, if there, there's only one rule about being a man, right? Whatever comes, face it on your feet.
Face, stand on your own 2 feet. If you face it standing on your own 2 feet. That's awesome. That is awesome.
When Land trains him to like come in and just be like, yeah, like I am a freaking borderland lord. I'm spitting just.
And he doesn't know why he's doing it. It's because of Ta'Veren. That's the explanation. Ta'Veren. The special, and what's funny, and especially right before they leave, like he's like, I have one last minute training for you, Rand. One last minute training. And I was like, oh my god, how is this going to pay off? You're going to have to learn to sheathe the sword.
Sheathe the sword. Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? Honestly, I'm reading this. I'm reading and I'm listening to this. I'm doing both. I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And I'm like,
obviously,
the sword.
He's being Rand's sort of like kind of de facto sort of stand-in father, and he's like, hey, it's time to talk about the birds and the bees. Have you sheathed the sword before?
Yeah, and I liked how he was teaching Rand about like how to address the Amerlin as like Manetheren. And I like how they reacted. Like, why is he doing this? Oh, Land is just Land's just being Land, I guess. I don't know.
Jonathan is still simping for Egwene in the chat. I get it, John. We've talked before.
I kind of. I mean, I don't hate her, but like the way that she kind of just like invited herself, like I'm gonna go back to either. We're gonna go back to either world really quickly. So they were gonna take Rand, Mat, and Perrin because those were the 3 that were being, they were the ones that were being targeted by the Trollocs. And Egwene just kind of invites herself on this trip because she wants adventure.
Yeah, she was,
and I'm gonna spoil something.
She didn't care about the boys getting chased by Trollocs and trying to kill them. She wanted an adventure. That's selfish.
And I'm gonna spoil something really quickly. You know how Mat, Rand, and Perrin want to go home. Mat, Rand, and Perrin want to go home. They want to go home. They want to go back to their lives. They want to go back to the simple life. Egwene does not. Egwene has the opposite. Egwene has the opposite feeling about that. She wants more, but she knows she shouldn't. She's like Anakin. Ambitious. She wants more, but she knows she shouldn't. Okay, she does know. No, actually, that's not true. She knows she wants it. That makes her worse than Anakin.
Yeah, she didn't like sand.
And, from what I've heard from Alex, Alex told me stuff that Queen does that's really bad.
Alex,
down the line
is spoiling shit for you. I'm gonna have to talk to that guy. I'm gonna have to talk to that
guy.
I
don't think he was. He didn't. I think I was listening to something that I was listening to a stream or something.
Right. John makes a decent point. So John Thomas makes a decent point. Jonathan R. Okay, we'll give you credit. She's a 16-year-old girl, raging hormones. She's her, to quote Anchorman, she's got a brain that's a third the size of a man's brain. That's just science. So it's you gotta trust the science is really what that is. So it's not her fault. It's not her fault. This is why we're not monetized on White Cloaks, everybody. And,
no, everybody. If you're new here, please subscribe to the White Cloaks. They've been going from 474 subscribers to 475, then back to 474, then back to 475, then back to 474. I know this because I feature the White Cloaks on my channel, so I see the numbers every day. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to these guys. These guys are the best when it comes to breaking shit down. And I'm not talking about like destroying things. I'm talking about like breaking stuff down in terms of analysis. Like nobody is more analytical than Pips, Dane, and Alex. Those 3 guys are super intelligent, and I'll be honest. I've learned quite a bit. And I have much more to learn from them, and I'm not chilling for them. I'm just being real.
I'm just gonna wipe.
You heard the
wipe a little.
nerdtorial. Do it.
Do it. I
Do
will have
it
to
now.
say that that's also because Brian has in the background been unsubscribing and subscribing to our channel once every other day, just to
That's what it
keep
is.
doing that. That's why he knows what's happening to our sub count. So he's toying with us like a cat with a mouse.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
So realistically,
it's
we're
never
asking you guys
over,
to do.
Pips. It's never over.
I'll meet you on Toman Head.
I win again, Pips. Or no, actually, you're supposed to say that to me. I win again, Nerdtorial.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to support our channel, go ahead and make approximately 5 new Gmail accounts and have them all subscribe to the White Cloaks.
There you go. What he said.
And you get a free month subscription as a gift from Pips himself. I need to learn how to do that myself, but still.
Yeah, that's true. That the first month of subscribing on YouTube is free. Also, all the months after that, but the first month is free. Man, we've been derailed here. Jacob, bring us back on the story. Ignore Nerdtorial and I. We're drunk. Well, he's drunk. I'm pretending to be drunk because everyone in the Discord knows, as a horse, I don't actually get drunk. Those are facts. Fact check.
Like an elf, like an elf. Elves don't really get drunk, It's like
or
tingle,
like a She-Hulk. If you were unfortunate enough to watch Marvel, my body just processes the alcohol at too high of a rate. Can't get drunk. It's
So Trolloc attack, huh?
Trolloc attack, yeah. Okay, the exit from Faldara, right? So they sent out Rand, Matt, and Perrin. This is the start of Rand, Matt, and Perrin's sort of angsty teen arc, which is the most frustrating part of this book. I think we can all agree, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Just before we go off,
and then
the attack, the Trolloc attack. It wasn't just Trollocs. There were dark friends in the city that let the Trollocs in.
True.
Yeah, certain Red Ajah.
There were also fades
too.
Yeah.
There were fades. There were Trollocs. Obviously, dark friends were involved. Yep.
Too bad Inktar couldn't take out that one fade that was killing a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Now I have a question, Pips. I have a question for you. Now? I asked about the. I know on the server. I asked about the. I'm drunk, obviously. I asked about the dark friends I asked about the dark friends in the Trollocs that were hanging out with Padan Fain. Who were these dark friends? Like, were they Shannarans? Who were these people? Were these people that they just kidnapped or gathered? Who were these dark friends that were brought up throughout the Great Hunt? Like, where did they come from?
Yeah, they were Shannarans.
Were they all like collaborators that that let them in? Yeah. I know Inktar was one. Inktar was one that let them in, and then there was there was one that tried to shoot. There was one that tried to shoot and assassinate I think it was Rand, and they thought it was the Amerlin seat instead.
That was not a dark friend.
I'd say who I think it was, but I don't want to spoil things for Mr. Ironside, so I gotta shut the fuck up.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that about you. So they were dark friends that were in Faldara Keep. So the Trollocs and Shadowspawn come in, they grab Padan Fain, they leave, and they take some of their collaborators with them because they had been involved in helping them into the city and into the keep. And so now their cover was blown, right? They had done their sort of dark friend job, and they're like, well, we got to get out of Dodge, Didn't pay off for them.
No, did not. Nope. I also want to say the guards that were guarding Padan Fain each time they went to see them, they were a little, meaner and short with
Yeah.
them. I liked
They were
how
they were weak. They were
they were
weak-minded. They were
they were getting
weak-minded
poisoned.
compared to Padan Fain's. Let's just say
Yeah.
Padan Fain has the same effect on people as a Jedi mind trick or the eels from the Wrath of Khan. Where they make people susceptible to
Yeah.
suggestion.
The little brain
Star Trek.
worm. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. So the Shadow Spawn attack, aided by Dark Friends, Rand, running through the women's quarters with a sword, right? Ingtar facing down Rand faces down the
That
Murdral
was
first, right?
Rand running through with the sword in the women's area was very toxic, and I liked it.
He was in the women's quarter with an erect sword.
Yes.
Ugh,
Yes.
such disgusting.
I think he was hanging out with Nynaeve, wasn't he? He was hanging out with Nynaeve in the women's quarters.
He was hiding in Egwene's room, I believe, right? And Nynaeve was
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like how Moraine is going to see the Amerlin seat, and she sees Rand. He's like trying to hunch over so he can't be seen. It's funny.
I love that. I love that chapter where they bring him to the Amerlin seat, and Moraine and the Amerlin seat are telling Rand who he is. This is like the first. This is almost like the Darth Vader moment in Empire, like telling Rand who he is, where he was born. He's like, no, it's not true. I'm from Emmons Field. It's impossible.
Well, so I think you might be mixing Moraine and Swan and Varen's kind of conversation, because they're a little more guarded in the council with Rand, right?
Well, they tell him about Dragonmount.
Yeah, I think that
and it was a really how would I put it? It was a very heavy scene. I mean, it was a very heavy scene for Rand. Rand was just like, I'm not. He was like in total denial, and I thought that was so compelling. I just thought that was that scene had a lot of not heavy, wrong word, weight. That scene had a lot of weight to it. That was a very it just emotionally it had a lot of weight to it. The way that they were telling him, and I mean, and he didn't even hear the whole thing. He just heard some of it. It was a very interesting moment. I listened. I not only read it, but I listened to it on my way to work when I was working. It was a I don't know if I would say it was a beautifully done scene, but it was a very it had substance. More that one scene had more substance than all of Star Trek Picard season 3. Sorry, I had to bring that up.
No, stop it.
I know you'd agree. I know you'd agree, Pips.
That's true. The chat is good. I appreciate you guys. Okay.
Yeah, he was total. He's like total. He was. I was wondering if he was losing his mind then after the chapter with Lan, and then he sees the Amerlin. He sees the party, the Amerlin party coming in, and he's just like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. They're gonna steal the shit out of me if I don't leave. And he tries to leave, and what's funny is like he hears like Lord Agomar requires no one to leave, and then Agomar himself says, I never made that order. What are you talking about?
Yep.
So I'm assuming it was Ingtar that made the order.
It's so dense. There's so much stuff that's going on here, and like, man, there's just a lot of payoffs within this book. Later books, there's a lot going on. For me, the highlight of this scene is still Land's coaching for Rand, and then Rand kind of delivering those lines, and the sort of fake it till you make it, the young man like staring down the Amerlin and like saying things that he doesn't even understand, but just like just embodying, you know, just masculinity, right? Just being,
and he's
and he says that, right? Like he basically like, what, who are you? And he's basically like, oh, I'm just a man. And she's like, I mean, he is, right? Like, fact check, true. Like, you know. So like it's just there's something great about those scenes. I love that this sets up his like fear of the pursuit that like shit Moraine told everyone. Like the Amerlin knows, right? And his suspicion of Varen as well, right? Is kind of set up here. There's a lot of stuff.
I love how Varen is introduced.
Yeah.
I love how she's introduced in this. Like she figures it all out to the point where Moraine and the Amerlin are considering offing her. They're like when she was like deducing everything, they're like, okay, like I think they were ready to draw on the one power to
they embraced
end her.
They embraced the source, and they were like,
yeah. I'm just like, I'm once again, it's nighttime. I'm walking. I'm listening to this because I actually listened to these chapters, some of these chapters before I read them, and I'm just like, holy shit. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like you get like these are like Moraine's not a I wouldn't say Moraine's a good character, but she is I would say she's more of a great character. Like she's willing to do what must be done to him because she's blue. She's blue Aja. So, and they get involved in causes. That's what the blue do. And it's I'm just like, shit. This shit's getting real. Sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
And then they're like, can we trust her? It got to a point where I barely know this character. I barely know this Varen character. Like, she's Brown Aja. Brown Aja are known they just seek knowledge the entire time. And the way that Mr. Jordan wrote her and wrote the scene, I was scared. I was scared for Varen. I was like, holy shit, are they really gonna do it? Are they gonna kill her? I mean, spoiler alert, they don't, but it was a very interesting moment right there. It's crazy. And it just makes me rethink Moraine. I'm curious, it's just I felt very differently about Moraine after that. Let's just say.
Yeah, I also like the that Moraine and the Amerlin seat where Moraine had been on this search for years. I mean, she's been gone for a long time, and the Amerlin seat hadn't heard anything from her, and that's why she comes there. So yeah, I liked that. This wasn't just let's go to this little village over here and see what's going on. It was a long search for her to find Rand.
Yeah, the Moraine and the Amerlin are just like, I already did this. I don't want to offend anybody again. Okay, that was the point. But they're like this. They're like this. They have the same cause. They're the same Aja, and heck, Suan was willing to do exactly what Moraine was willing to do to Varen if in the event that they couldn't trust her. But gratefully, Varen is. I like Varen so far. She is an awesome character. I like that little absent-mindedness. She's very likable, and I can't wait to see. Let's just say I can't wait to see. I don't want to spoil this for Jacob because I've gone pretty far in. Well, I'm almost halfway. I'm almost halfway done with Dragon Reborn, so I can't wait to see more about I can't wait to see more of what Varen does, but what she's done so far has been pretty cool. Like her moment with the Aiel in the Great Hunt was awesome. Like the Aiel was like, "Are you going to kill me?" And she's like, "Why would I kill you? Why would I do that?" That was a great moment right there. That I know I'm getting way ahead because I know there's a lot more shit that went on.
Yeah, stop
There's so
spoiling.
much. Like there's like these books are big. Like the one thing about Mr. Jordan, there's so much that's going on. Like it's so easy to forget some of the details. Like I'm reading some of the wiki right now. And there's so many details I completely forgot about. Like
I like how that first Tarviran man they come across, and they're like they don't show themselves unless they want to be seen. I really like that. I thought that was cool. Like these are really good fighters, stealth fighters.
The first Aiel, the first Aiel guy. Okay, yeah. Yes, we jumped way ahead talking about the Aiel that they. We're barely even out of Faldara here. Okay, but you know what? Fine. Hey, the party leaves Faldara. The girls nerds go off to go to magic school. They're going to Hogwarts. The Swan is going to take him. She's gonna slap Nynaeve around and talk to her about
Egwene's a dreamer. She's a dreamer.
Yep.
She's getting nightmares.
Egwene.
She's worried about Rand.
Yep. That's true. Will is saying stop looking at the wikis. That's true. If you haven't read the series, don't look at the wikis. The wikis are bad. They're gonna spoil shit for you.
How am I gonna recall all the details? There's so much to this.
The way you recall the details is you read the series.
I don't have time to reread the series while I need to keep going forward. I have to keep going forward.
That's not how life works, Brian. You there is no beginning or ending to the reading of the Wheel of Time.
It's because there's no beginning.
The wheel just keeps turning.
The wheel weaves as the wheel wills.
Yeah, exactly. You just the sequel to A Memory of Light is Eye of the World. That's kind of
like the tread.
Like the Dark Tower, everything resets.
Like the tread on the wheel. You have to read it over again because it just keeps turning.
Yeah. That is true. All right. Who's the smartest Aes Sedai that we've met so far?
Varen. Easy.
Jacob, you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're Team Moron then, right? Moraine Moron. Hey, Lewis Perrin Kinslayer. Hey, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thanks for coming out. And if you haven't, subscribe to Pips, not the White Cloaks, but the Pips himself. Like find his horse and subscribe to it. We have to get his numbers up there so that he can start making his own content.
Yeah, roll the dice, and how many pips you get, you have to subscribe.
That many times. Counts and subscribe to the White Cloaks. That's okay. That's true. I can get on board with that. Roll a dice, preferably like a D20 or a D100, and then make that many accounts. And then subscribe to White Cloaks. Also subscribe to Nerdporial and check out Jacob Ironside's channel as well. Go give him a subscription.
I hear this Nerdporial is a what do you call it?
He's a dipshit from Chicago. But,
not only is a dipshit, but he's a nitpicker. Like why should you listen to anything he says? He sounds like an asshole.
You shouldn't listen to him at all.
He's just a nitpicker from Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, and a hater of new shows because of
John
Prophet of the Dragon.
But if you go join Nerdporial, things will be revealed.
Like the Venus drug in the Star Trek episode Mud's Women, if you join the Nerdporial Continuum, you get more of whatever you have. So like for instance, if you're a woman, you become more feminine, and if you're a man, you become more masculine. You become bigger, and you have the capability. You can do feats that no one else can do, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because I've drank too much. So here, I'm going to drink some more.
Something something about no one fights like Gaston, except for a member of the Nerdporial Continuum.
Yeah.
Who?
Okay. I forgot where we are. Something about Murdrals getting nailed to doors.
Yes, that was.
Oh, we have to. We have to go. We have to go even before that. We have to go into
Oh god,
the Rand goes into the
this
house.
stream is never gonna end. I love it. I
It's
love it
never.
so much.
I see how Padan Thane, as they were nailing that Murdrel to the door, laughing as it was done.
That goes to show you how dangerous Padan Fain really is. Like if he can just nail, like you can't. It's Murdral are not easy to kill. Even Lan has a hard time. Even Lan, the warder, probably the best swordsman in all of Randland. I don't know shit because I'm only halfway through the third book. I could be wrong, but even he doesn't. It's not easy to kill a Murdral. It's not easy to kill Fain. And Padan Fain just kind of rips it apart, like it's like the Murdral's a piece of butter or a piece of a leg of lamb or something. Just that just goes to show you how dangerous he is, and plus he has once again he has the ability to create to create suggestion, to influence people, to influence the weak mind. He's like the steady eel.
Jacob, when you read that passage, the part where it describes the fact that the Murdral was alive when it happened, right? Yeah. Like, did that change it for you? Like, did it? Because I feel like I was like with the characters when I read that, where it's like, this Murdral is like nailed to a door, and you're like, oh shit, and you're like, oh, like this, and then.
Yeah, these are the things that have been chasing them through, the first book and in this one, and this one's just nailed to a door like it's nothing.
Yeah. So that just tells you how dangerous this character is, and that sets up that's what I want to see in entertainment in general. I want to see shit like that set up. You set shit up like that, it makes everything more entertaining. It makes you care more about the characters, especially when they encounter this potential threat in the future.
Yeah.
And the only thing, and I know I'm gonna get shit on by the chat. I'm gonna get shit on by you guys. I was expecting a fight. I was expecting a lightsaber battle between Rand and Padan Fain, and then Padan Fain would, I said this earlier, I would assume either one would flee the other or the other would flee the other.
Yeah,
didn't matter to me because this is the early book.
Yeah,
and if you have a threat that's this early, I'm okay with the bad guy winning and the good guy getting or escaping him. Makes me even want to see him get stronger, so that when he fights him again or several times, it'll pay off even.
Yeah, but there was nothing. Padan Thane just
Padan Thane wasn't there. Like, I'm gonna fight you on Ironside, and that didn't happen. I was like, son of a bitch.
So, it's funny that you say this because like I've read this book a ton of times, and I have honestly never thought about like, oh, well, what happened to Padan Fain, right? Like I
do.
From the first time reading this, it was like, I mean, obviously you recognize that Padan Fain is not there present when they show up, and that's just, like, sucks for Padan Fain. He thought that he laid this trap, and he wasn't watching the trap like when it happened.
Yeah.
But to me, like the fight with Turok, the blowing of the horn, the fight with Balsamon, right? Like those things are they're just such like crescendos of the story, right? You have Ingtar, soloing a bunch of friggin' Shan-Chan in an alleyway. You have Rand fighting Balsamon in the sky. You have the Heroes of the Horn, led by Perrin and Matt, like just
I got a question about
crushing
that.
stuff.
I got a question about
It's
that.
like, and
I got a
I
question
was
about
never,
that.
I never even thought about it.
What happens? Okay, so he blows the horn and all these heroes come back to life. What happens to them? It just kind of, it happens. And then we get it from Rand's point of view. He, like, it just happens. Rand, they go fight and they drive the Sean Chan back. And I can't help but think that the Lord of the Rings movies kind of copied that with the ghosts and Return of the King. That's just me. But we don't see what happened. Like, did they disappear? Are they actually alive? Is this something I have to read and find out? You know, about these heroes, your Arthur Hawkwings and your all the heroes of legend. Like, what happened? What happened?
If he blows the horn again, do they come back? I mean, he's linked to the horn now, Matt.
Yeah.
Do they just vanish and they like call us again when you blow the horn again? Character that I can't say, that I don't want to spoil Dragon Reborn, and if you can't say it, then I'll read and find out.
They go back to Valhalla, you know,
I gotta do it.
Wait for the horn to blow again.
Dahl is giving you the answer here. Read and find out.
Yeah, there you go.
Because they're there, and then they're not there.
Go back to Valhalla, you know, and wait to be called again.
Does Valhalla exist in the world of Wheel of Time? Pips, I need to know. Does Valhalla exist?
Well, you know, this isn't really a spoiler because it's just sort of like a meta sort of like look at the story. So Matt is sort of an analog for Odin. Probably most directly. Some of the other characters some of the other main characters are also like associated with Norse mythology. Trip brought up the Wild Hunt, right? Which is I think has some roots in Scandinavian and Norse mythology and things like that as well. So I won't say that Valhalla exists in the Wheel of Time. I will say that to look at Robert Jordan's conception of the world, which is that the books that are the Wheel of Time are set in our world, but in a different age, right? So maybe the most fair way to say it is that the same true things that gave us the myth about Valhalla also give them myths maybe similar to Valhalla, right? So like, so what we're calling Valhalla is a callback to something more true. Oh, Jacob, are you still with me? I think
I'm still here. I'm here.
Nosferatu came up and said, "End the stream. I want to gossip with Godporial," and then Godporial himself he jumped out. Nos, what have I said about kicking our guests out of the stream?
No guest poaching, Nos.
Yeah, Nos, come on. All right, well, hey, the two of us, and then there were two. I'm sure he'll probably pop back in here in a minute.
Yeah,
maybe he lost some internet or something like that. But let's talk with you, I guess. So we kind of left off a little bit with all of them still together, leaving Faldara. We talked about the Murdral nailed to the door. We didn't really talk about the scene with the flies. We didn't talk about the corpses in the tree, or that they found the Shannara guards, and they buried them, right? So there's a lot of good stuff that happens there.
Before they find the Mordrill on the door, there's nobody in this town. Everybody's gone. There's just nobody. Food still on tables, you know. But yeah, and then he walks into that house, I thought they had misprinted the book or something because it's like flicker, 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 and then it goes to the family and then the door comes open and then it repeats. I was like, what's going on here?
It is interesting. I'm not sure I've seen another book attempt the same literary device, right?
Yeah,
The literal like line for line repetition with just one change, right? Which is the number of flies,
yeah.
right? And it looks like Nerdporial is back with us.
Yeah, I got
Did
back.
you
I don't know. You said something offensive, so I left. Okay, that's not true. It was my internet.
you forgot to pay the cable bill? Are you borrowing my internet service as well? Because this is typically what happens to me.
I still have your password saved. So I don't know.
Don't share
You're over 1,000 miles away, so
don't share
never
that
know.
with people.
I'm
My
sorry,
internet
I missed
comes in through a
conversation.
dish.
What were you asking?
We're talking about the flies scene and how kind of how like unique of a scene that is with the repetition, right? Like literally
Yeah,
just like
I was looking so deeply. There was, I think, I don't know if it was the second or third one. There was one word that was different. There was a, and then there was the. But then again, I think I don't know if it was Dane that told me that it was just it was a typo, but it was meant to be exactly the same. Because I was trying to see if there was a difference in the words.
yeah, just the count of the flies is really the only thing that changed
Yeah,
between
Count of the
it
flies.
was
Because I was looking for words that were different, and I didn't find anything different.
Yeah, let me see if I can't.
it was a GIF
see.
playing in Rand's head.
It was weird. It was a weird scene, and I
It
thought that
was.
I literally
I thought.
messaged. I messaged those guys. I messaged Pips and everybody that I do my panels with. I was like, dude, what the hell is this?
Yeah, I thought.
It was
I
it was
thought. I thought it was a
insane.
misprint. I thought it was a misprint at first.
I mean, you have that, and then you have the flicker, and then it gets ridiculous. Like you're like, what? I'm like, now I'm at the point. I'm in the middle of the third book. I'm curious what else I'm going to be discovering about this world, or about or what new characters are going to be.
Right.
It's just so many. It's just I'm just curious.
Okay, I feel like I have to read this because I literally just flipped like perfectly to the right page. Right?
There you go.
So flip to it, and we get the blinks, right? So there's there's 1 blink, 2 blinks, 3 blinks, 4 blinks, 5 blinks. So he's got several. There's one on the previous page at the start of it, right? But so a smiling, bald-headed man in rough clothes laid a slice of meat on a plate held by a woman with a worn face. She was smiling too, though. She added peas and turnips to the plate and passed it to one of the children lining the table. There were half a dozen children, boys and girls, from near grown down to barely tall enough to look over the table. The woman said something, and the girl taking the plate from her laughed. The man started to cut another slice. Suddenly, another girl screamed, pointing at the door to the street. The man dropped the carving knife and whirled. Then he screamed too, face tight with horror, and snatched up a child. The woman grabbed another and motioned desperately to the others, her mouth working frantically, silently. They all scrabbled towards the door at the back of the room. The door burst open and blink. Rand could not move. The flies buzzing over the table sounded louder. The breath made a cloud in front of his mouth. Blink. And then it repeats the same, a smiling, bald-headed man in rough clothes. And just so you get those brief interludes of the between the blinks where so the flies buzzing over the table sounded louder than the next time, right? Rand struggled, but his muscles seemed frozen. The room was colder. He wanted to shiver, but he could not even move that much. Flies crawled all over the table. He groped for the void. The sour light was there, but he did not care. He had to blink. And then the next time, the room was freezing, so cold. Flies blackened the table. The walls were a shifting mass of flies. The floor, the ceiling, all black with them. They crawled on Rand, covering him, crawled over his face, his eyes, into his nose, his mouth. Light helped me. Cold. The flies buzzed like thunder. Cold. It penetrated the void, mocking the emptiness, encasing him in ice. Desperately, he reached for the flickering light. His stomach twisted, but the light was warm. Warm, hot. He was hot. Suddenly, he was tearing at something. Like, it's just, I
Yeah.
love that scene. It's so good. I like the inventiveness of the repetition. It's disorienting to the reader, right? Like you read it and the first blink and you get the flies, and then it comes back and it's the same paragraph again. And it's like Jacob was saying, where he's like, I thought that it was a typo. Like it's disorienting. And
I'm just like,
I don't know.
And I'm curious how that's going to pay off. I'm like, what the?
It's not gonna. It's. Oh, I'm sorry. How?
I think
how,
it's the.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm wondering, I'm wondering where this is going to go. Like, why was that in there?
I think it's the evil.
I don't think it was answered in the Grey Hunt.
Enveloping him.
So.
Is it just Sidene fucking with Rand?
There's two ways to think of it. There's two interpretations. These aren't. One of them's not a spoiler. So I could give you the one that you have about as much of an answer as you could get in favor of this in the Great Hunt. The other interpretation is one that I have previously held because of later stuff. But the theory or hypothesis one is that this was a trap that was laid by Lanfear. So we see Lanfear in that village, right?
Lanfear.
And yeah.
Why Lanfear?
If you want. What do you mean why?
Yeah, why? I didn't see that.
So yeah, we see her in that town. The girl in the white dress in the upper
in the window.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
So John,
because we don't meet Selene until after, until much after that. I didn't think. Oh wait. Who is that person in the window? That what was Uno? I think Uno saw her, right?
Yeah,
it was Uno.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Oh, it was Selene.
Thanks,
It
Pip.
was Selene the whole time.
Glory.
So there's
glory. I'm gonna give you glory. That's Selene.
That's one theory. John Thomas is supporting that. I've talked to some other people that they're a big fan of the idea that Selene laid a trap, and I think there's some credence to that. And that the trap was to force Rand to prove himself, right? So she was on the fence, is this Lews Therin or not? So she laid a trap that if he wasn't Lews Therin, then he would be dead and she wouldn't care. And if he was Lews Therin, then he would break out of, and then now she would kind of know, right? So that's kind of the one.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Trap?
Yep.
How would she know?
What do you mean?
You said that it was to determine if he was Lews Therin.
Yep.
I don't understand.
Like
he would have been drawn to the house.
Yeah.
So that's what made her think he was Lews Therin, because he was drawn to that house.
No. All right. Let me flip back to this page here.
I'm trying to understand that's
yeah. Okay.
Eldan saying,
so they come into the town, right? And nothing's alive, right? So they're searching the village. Rand's looking around, and then he scanned the houses, the curtains in an open window against the house. They all seem lifeless. And then with a sigh, he got down. So he had seen. Rand studied the villages. Where's the line I'm looking for here? because he says it's just a door. What are they afraid of? So I guess maybe he is just sort of drawn into it. I'm looking to see if there's a reference to Celine before, and if the chat can help me out here as I'm going through.
They're all telling you to shut up. They're all telling you to shut up.
When she was seen in the window and the village, those were two different villages, I thought.
No, they're the same village.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is?
same. Yeah,
Okay.
we don't see it. Regardless, it's one theory is that I don't know what Aldan is going on over here.
He's saying you're spoiling shit. So
no. Aldan, you're crazy. The other hypothesis is one that they won't kind of get until later. This one though is self-contained. You see all the pieces, and it's not like this hypothesis. The pieces that support it aren't mentioned again. So you, like this is the look you get at it. So Aldan is crazy. He reads the Sanderson books at the end of the series too much and doesn't know what he's talking about. So anyway, that's the one. And I think that it's a fine theory. I like my theory better, but we'll talk about that when you get through the Dragon Reborn. Well, actually, we'll talk about it maybe when you get to the Shadow Rising. So read and find out. Yeah, early in the Shadow Rising. So anyway, all right.
We're going to talk about Flicker.
That's
Flicker.
You're skipping off, Kyrian. You said you wanted to be here for like 5 more hours. You were like, 100 more episodes. Rick and Morty.
And Pips. I've never watched Rick and Morty, so I don't know what you mean. I guess Kyrian, game of
the guards from the city.
Game of Houses. You either win or you die. Oh wait, sorry, that's Game of Thrones. Excuse me.
Yeah. So Trip is correct. The second theory would be spoiling, and I'm not talking about it. So Aldan, you can, hey, you can sit here and you can laugh to yourself. I know what I'm doing. He's not that drunk. He's not that drunk. He's not that drunk. All right. Okay. Portal stones, right? Let's do we need to talk
what about
something between
the guards from the city though?
Yeah, okay, we can talk about that because that's they debate what they're going to do with them. So Jacob, what do you have to say?
I just thought that those guards. At first, I thought the guards were dark friends, but they were just being controlled, and to find them strung up, and they were tortured too. They weren't just
saved
killed.
Lord Aglamar at Tarwin's Gap, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You're talking about the guards that were guarding Fain?
Right.
Yeah. Which I think actually was before this village. That's in time, right? So the guards are the first ones we come across, and then we.
So were the guards amongst the dark friends that were with Fain?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Just curious.
And Ingtar decides that they saved Lord Aglamar at Tarwin's Gap, so we're gonna give them a proper burial. So they bury him, and we learned a little bit about Shannara burial rituals. The last embrace of the mother, right? Shannarans get buried in the buff because it's very sort of Chad. Yeah. Yep, Shy still going. These two dudes, they won't let me skip anything. I say, hey, let's talk about this, and they're like, wait. All right, well, hey, what do you guys want to talk about next then? Because I think the burial scene is pretty touching. It comes back, right? It does come back.
Shy, are you gonna comment about the sunglass skin that I'm trying to imitate Pips? Well, it's true.
He's trying to walk.
It's true. It's true. I'm that. I don't know. No comment.
Well, he is that drunk, ladies and
gentlemen. No. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so Gosh, I don't even want to talk about the Egwene and Nynaeve. Do we have to?
I'm
talk
sorry.
about
Did I
Egwene
derail
and
this?
Nynaeve's story?
Did I derail this right now?
Are you guys going to make me talk about Egwene
I
and
forgot
Nynaeve's
about
story?
that part.
Come on. Nynaeve, they have a boat thing, and Nynaeve wants to use a sword, and Swan like slaps her in the face and is like, swords are dumb. And then
she pulls a Trelane from Star Trek and makes the sword appear in her hand. Sorry, I have to bring Star Trek into this.
I liked that part actually. I thought it was entertaining.
Yeah, she was really punking Nynaeve. Like,
yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
I liked that.
You guys are you're sitting here and we're like, hey, we could talk about Portal Stones and about Grom, but instead, what about the River Queen, guys? Like, what about the River Queen? What about Swan Sanche and friggin' just all these other terrible people? I mean,
wait! Spoiler alert!
Talk about Alana.
Spoiler alert! I didn't know Swan was terrible. I thought she was just the Amerlin seat.
No, I'm saying terrible because they're not. I mean, hey, we have to counteract the Ray Judkins cut. He doesn't even talk about the boys. We're not even going to talk about the girls. Screw those girls.
Yeah, gloss over it.
Not to confuse the other Amazon series, The Boys. Not to confuse that.
That's true. That's a good point. I appreciate you clarifying that. That's the chat. The chat was good.
Here.
That's all right. I feel like this is about the point. Like, yeah, the River Queen stuff is happening. Nynaeve learns that she has a block, and Swan Sanche like slaps her around and proves like, you're pretty strong in the Force, but you're like kind of dumb.
Oh yeah. One more thing about this scene is that the Aes Sedai are using their powers to push the boat down the river. Yep. And it's causing floods and stuff in villages along the way. It's
I told you, they're all assholes.
Why?
Yes, so good. Yes, the friggin' Aes Sedai and the River Queen and some bullshit. They're flooding all the local farmers, little village kids running along the side of the stream to ostensibly, we're told, wave to the boats. They're running away from the floodwaters. That's Egwene's POV doesn't tell it to you true.
Oh,
Jonathan
look,
R,
it's a little kid
still here.
And gosh, the little kid's running along the boat, and Egwene's like, "Oh, that's cute. He's trying to race the boat."
I don't recall.
He's running away from the flood water.
Recall.
Yep.
Oh
that's
god.
Jacob fact check crew. That's correct. They were just wrecking
when did this happen?
On the way down.
When did this happen?
When the boats were going from down the river from Shannara down to Tarvalon, and
it's like Egwene sees this little boy running on the bank, and she's like, "Oh, he's trying to race the boat, and he can't keep up with the boat." He's like, "He's running from the floodwater, you idiot!"
Yeah, he's about to get just swallowed by the tidal wave that is following their boats. That just destroyed his little village. That's what happened.
Yeah.
They don't use the one power as a weapon. They just inadvertently tsunami all the little villages along.
Yeah, right.
Do you want to talk about Egwene's dreams at all?
Sure. No? We talk about it. Damn it, Brian. No. All right, guys. This stream is no longer a discussion about the Great Hunt. This is just a reading of the Great Hunt. So I'm just gonna flip to let's just flip to chapter 12. That's probably
it's chapter 12. That's exactly what I'm looking at right now.
Gosh, you know what? Yeah, sure. Chapter 12. We'll just flip to that and let's just read Egwene POVs, because why not, guys?
Why not?
Why even talk about the boys? Just read Egwene POVs.
Pips, just flash up on the screen a few minutes later, and we're still talking about Egwene.
No.
I was kidding. We don't have to talk about that.
That's true.
It's obvious. It's obvious what she's dreaming about.
Yeah, she's dreaming about red.
Aldan, yeah, the dreams are awesome, but you know what? I mean, I think Alana was kind of onto something. she's like, oh, my dreams, like they're so like real and Rand, and Alana was like, no, you're just a teenage girl dreaming about that D. And she's like,
Yeah.
it was so real though. And Alana's like, yeah, been there. Like I
let's
went to
just
I went to an all girls school. I know how that goes.
let's just say I'm curious about Alana currently right now. I won't say why, but I'm just kind of curious about.
Are you bi-curious about Alana, or are you single curious about Alana?
Yeah. You figured me out, Piss. You figured me out perfectly. So, not that there's anything wrong with that. There's not, but I'm curious about Alana, and I want to read and find out more. I'll just say that without spoiling it for Jacob.
Okay.
No Trip. No one needs ASMR Pips. We need Dane can come on and read the Wheel of Time.
People have called me
Something
ASMR.
about Egwene's dreams. It came across to me as Rand is stupid, and I have to be there to get him out of his mess he's got himself into.
100%. That's 100% what her dreams are interpreted as by her. She's like, everybody's dumb, and they need me to save them. Yeah.
So would you say that? Would you say she's word that rhymes with bloke, kind of?
No.
Or would match that type of character. But then
no,
I mean Mr. Jordan, obviously.
No, she's just she is a teenage
strong.
I say to Rand, forget Egwene, the redhead princess. Hello.
Facts. Yeah.
No.
These are facts.
No.
Yeah. No. Yep. Brian, your team Egwene over there, Brian.
No.
Boo this man. Boo this man.
Egwene versus Elaine versus another character. I mean, the Great Hunt basically answers that question right there. I know who he's going to end up with. Duh. It's obvious.
I mean, hey, okay, we're talking about the Great Hunt. What's your Great Hunt theory on who he's going to end up with?
Well, let's just say after a certain fight in the sky, a certain great fight in the sky.
Yep.
Not to confuse that with the song "The Spear in the Sky," which is just popped in my head. Sorry, music. Music's such a bitch with me. I think of things just randomly. But a certain character whose name rhymes with Lynn, just kind of finds Rand on the ground and takes him to bed, and I think things happen. What is that?
Sorry, I was using the little gasp emoji thing. It seemed appropriate.
Things happen.
We'll talk about that scene later. We'll talk about
we'll talk about that.
The most important.
You could also look at it.
Mind.
You could also look at it. Rand was unconscious, and she was taking advantage.
Oh, no. See, that's what I was going to say. Is that the most important thing is that Rand was pretending to be asleep, and was just getting right in there. You know, she's like Egwene walks in, and she's like this, and she's like, "You left him. He's mine now." And Rand is just like, "Pretend that you're asleep. Pretend that you're asleep. Pretend that you're asleep."
I liked how Egwene was jealous. She was jealous during that whole thing.
Yeah, because
that girl the girl that finds him and stays with him at the end of the book, is that the same girl in book 1 that he meets at a tavern?
Yep,
right.
Min.
Okay, Min. Right.
Yeah,
Min Farshaw.
She's got a dump truck that just won't quit. That's the most important thing to know. That's canon. I don't care what anyone else says. That is canon. You can take that to the bank. All right, where were we? Something terrible and didn't even matter about the girls, Egwene and Nynaeve and Elaine. Gosh, such.
Let's. Let's talk about the portal.
Yeah, let's talk about portal stones.
Then.
Hell yeah, Jacob. That's why you're a guest. Brian's over here wanting to talk about the River Queen. Gosh, garbage.
Yeah, I was reading
I need
those
to
parts.
address this really quickly. Sorry. I need to address. I am sober. So you're upset about that? Well, I am sorry, but I am sober.
Look at your sunglasses when you say
I have my faculties right now, so it might be a little hot in here, but yeah, it's I am sober. So John, don't worry about it. Just saying.
Okay.
Sorry, Jacob.
Duly noted. All right, Jacob.
Sorry, Jacob. I didn't mean. I didn't. Felt like this was something I had to address.
That's probably fair. So portal stones, Jacob. What do you? Damn it. Every time we talk about anything, we got to talk about the thing that happened beforehand. Varin shows up around the time that they leave the portal stones, with the important thing being that like Varin left from the Aes Sedai kind of camp, right? So that's the only thing that happens with Egwene and Nynaeve is Varin and Moraine left, right? That's there you go. So Moraine leaves, then Varin leaves, and then portal stones. All right.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
So Jacob, you wanted to talk about portal stones. What do you get?
I didn't know what was happening at first. I was like, what's going on here?
That's fair.
And he just happens to lay his head down on this stone, and him, Loyal, and Sniffer wake up. Perrin. What's his name?
Yep.
Perrin.
And they're in this other world. It's crazy.
Yep. Okay, so
Pips, can I take this little test that the trip is flicker. Sorry, I had to catch my breath there. Flicker.
I think that was more than 10. I think you might have failed. I think you lost count of the 10 flickers.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
That was mean spirited. I'm supposed to be a good host. You are my guest, and you know what? I apologize to you.
You take responsibility, right? I take responsibility.
You know what? When I gave you bread and salt,
you did not give me bread and salt. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep as a result. I mean,
no, I took you out. I took you out to a really disappointing burger joint, and there was salty bread that was there.
But it's different. Like bread and salt. I mean, it's a ceremony. You have to have a ceremony, and then promise not to off me. Because I don't know.
Oh well, okay. The ceremony was later though. While you were asleep, I sprinkled some breadcrumbs and salt in your head. So that's yeah.
Oh well. Oh well. I mean that's the risk I end up taking. So.
Jacob is very confused here. Okay, Jacob, portal stones. Rand fell asleep next to the portal stone. I got a question for you. How was the portal stone activated?
Oh,
well,
I know.
Okay, well, Jacob, what do you think?
The woman in white
Brian?
did it.
Brian, what do you think? You concur? Yep. Freaking Celine, trap number 2. If you think that the first one was a trap, I mean, dealer's choice on it.
Now I know. During my stream, Dane already basically confirmed this, but I suggest based on reading. The chapter with Varin and them talking about the prophecies, talking about Lanfear and who Lanfear was, the Forsaken, and the way that Celine acted. The one thing I took notice right away. So she's pretending she's the damsel in distress, the Princess Peach of the situation in this alternate world. But then the moment, sorry, stupid computer keeps going dark on me. I gotta fix that.
You should plug it in. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment, so like the moment that they rest, the moment they save her, the moment that they save Celine, she walks past the body like it's nothing. Like she kind of glides and the way she's described and the way she reacts to the creature being dead is like you know that she's not normal. You know that she's not there. There's more to her. There's more to her than meets than. I mean, sounds like Transformers. More to her than meets the eye, so to speak. Like the way she reacts. She reacts to her surroundings like it's beneath her, and that's kind of how I figured. That's kind of how I figured out that she was Lanfear.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Robert Jordan did a particularly good job at hiding Celine's identity, to the point where I don't really think he was trying to. Right?
I don't think he was. I
don't
think he was intending to. I don't think he was trying either. I think it was.
I think it was supposed to be obvious to the reader and not obvious. It was, unbeknownst to Rand, but knowinst to us. It's Spaceballs. I have to get all my references in because people give me shit because I make movie references constantly to the same movies. It's Jaws, it's Spaceballs, it's Princess Bride. It's just,
Die Hard.
First of all, great movies. Well, obviously. So
check out the Jaws stream that me and Pips did on my channel.
That was fun, and especially fun when you disappeared and I had to just kind of chat with people for like a while. The stream sort of.
I know. I was surprised. I was surprised you didn't leave. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, that's Chicago internet for you. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So as soon as they describe the woman after they meet her on the other side of the portal.
Yep.
And they say she's wearing white. I'm like, that's the woman that they saw in the village.
And that Egwene saw in her dream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like because of all that, I don't think it's meant to be a secret for us, right? So yeah. And honestly, there's some interesting things that come from the aspect that we know it and they don't. I love the Portal Stones kind of sequence here, specifically in this book, which is most of the kind of Portal Stones that we kind of get in the early parts of the book, at least. I don't want to spoil stuff for you guys, but what the Portal Stone sets up here with the worlds of If and then the flicker kind of scenes is like a core foundation for like a big theory of mine on the way that the world of the Wheel of Time works. So for me, these are really important parts of the series that if you remove the Portal Stones, I think you remove a lot of the depth and the sort of like sense behind the world, right? Like, Rand and Matt and Perrin and them being Taviran, a lot of the things that happen, the coincidence that supports the plot, I don't think makes a whole lot of sense if you don't have the like multiverse kind of theory behind the story. So I think it's really critical. I guess I'm glad to hear that you guys liked the Portal Stones in this book as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just once I said this earlier. I said this in my stream. Like, I just kind of compared it to a Star Trek episode where they encounter an antimatter portal. They encounter a ship that is able to create a portal to an antimatter universe, and that's kind of how I saw this alternate world that they find Celine in and all that, and the Grome and everything. So
yeah, I like the scene with the Grome and Rand with the bow and arrow, and he was like, hitting him right in the middle eye every time. Thought that was cool.
Yeah, he's
Also
proficient with the
true,
bow
yeah.
and arrow. He's proficient with the sword. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but like Rand really grew in the Great Hunt. Like you were afraid for him in Eye of the World the entire time, all the way to the end. But
Well,
he's
it's
in
because
in the Great Hunt, he's killing Trollocs. He's
Shadow Killer, right?
yeah. I mean, and I'm not gonna. And he takes out a certain character who may be a dinosaur hunter at the end of this book, and that was just fucking awesome. That fight at the end, that was like that just made me think of a Star Wars, like a very like a Star Wars lightsaber fight.
He's also his clothes are different. His clothes are more of a royal clothing. So
yep.
And the Shinnarans see him differently. Lord Agomar sees him differently. He's Lord Rand now. Huron calls him Lord Rand. He steps up as a lord. He steps up when they're stuck in this alternate world, and they're looking to
leadership.
They're looking to him. And that's a great moment for Rand. Like that's a growth moment. Like that's like he has to do it, because if he doesn't, who else will?
Yeah.
I love that. It's very inspiring for people, especially younger people who are reading this. You know, just to encourage them, to encourage whoever to step up and take a leadership role if you have the ability and you have the confidence to do so.
Yeah, I think the kind of first command kind of aspect is what you guys are talking about. I think, Jacob, it sounds like you were kind of saying that was, important for you as well. The leadership kind of idea there. His relationship with Huron is pretty good in that aspect, right? Like, what did you think about him and his relationship with Huron and Loyal during this section?
I thought it was great.
Did you think?
I mean, they've from the beginning of the first book, they've been led around. You're going here, you're going there, and he's put into a position where he has to make the decision. And I really like how that. And I love how Rand gets annoyed that Perrin, what's his name? Sorry,
Perrin,
I'm not.
Perrin Bar.
Huron is the sniffer. Yeah, Huron
is always bowing and stuff, and gets annoyed with it. I like that. I thought that was funny, especially
in Kyrian, right? Like when they get to Kyrian, which is such a great section for Rand. I mean, talk about Rand just like bulling a china shop, in Kyrian with like all the invitation letters. I love that part. Like, it makes me like laugh, right? Like I love the Rand, just like I'm not a part of your system, like I'm just gonna throw it on the ground, it's
you are
fun.
Just the fact that he refused those letters, just the fact that he got like so many invitations, the fact that he refused and knows that there's something up with him. There's no, it's like the Kobayashi Maru. It's a no-win scenario in this case.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, you're no matter what you do, someone's gonna get hurt.
Yeah.
That was nuts, though. But my favorite moment in Kyrian was it was a happy moment for me. It was him finding Tom alive.
Oh, okay.
And the way he reacted,
the
way he reacted resonated with me. It was just such a, it was such an emotional moment.
It was set up so well. Right?
I mean, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, so once again, I might have complained about some of the dialogue, but the way Mr. Jordan described, or the way that he put this scene together in The Great Hunt with him reuniting with Tom was just, oh my God! Like I have to hide my crocodile tears here.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful moment. It was just a beautiful moment. It's too bad that Tom refused to go with him. But what happens to Tom is fucked up. And we got to see what he's capable of. We got to see what he is capable of in combat. And that was the last thing that's the last time I've seen him in the story. And that's the last time, if anyone that's read The Great Hunt, that's the last time they see him. And oh my God, what happened?
That part where he's got that part where he's got the guy up against the wall.
Yeah.
And that holding the knife point at his eyes, like, tell me who did this, who ordered this. And the guy tells him, and he just, you're done.
And I was like, you know how I felt after that? I was like, I want more. And we didn't get more. Yeah. We didn't get more after that. I was like, I want more of this. I want more Tom after this. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But like I wanted a chapter where Tom was going to go in and fuck up the king of Kirian. But then again, we hear about it. We hear about it through another point of view. We hear about it from far away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it's in this book, and if I'm spoiling stuff for you, sorry, Jacob.
That's okay. We do hear about it in this book, but not who did it. I don't remember hearing who did it. You just kind of know who did it. But I kind of envision that scene of him just like switching his colorful coat out for something darker and just slips in and kills him and leaves. I mean, we don't know. I mean, we saw how capable he was with those guys in the room, but I mean, who knows what he's capable of, you know?
So I just want to read this section because I think what Brian, what you were saying about the way it was set up, the meeting for him and Tom, I've always really loved this. The fact that like he doesn't just say like Rand was walking along and then he saw Tom, you know, like, so he's walking through the sort of you know, the ghetto, if you will, kind of outside of Kirian, right? And he's seeing all the jugglers and all the colorful stuff, the like parades and you know, all this stuff that's going on. And he walks by. He just kind of going through the throng, and then so here you go. He was making his way through the throng, wondering what to see next, when a deep voice, accompanied by the plucking of a harp, drifted out from a doorway with the sign of a juggler over it. Cold blows the wind down Shara Pass. Cold lies the grave unmarked. Yet every year at Sunday upon those piled stones appears a single rose, one crystal teardrop like the dew upon the petals, laid by the fair hand of Dune. Ooh, I've never tried to say this word out loud. Dunsinin. Who knows? For she keeps fast the bargain made by Rogosh Eagle Eye. The voice drew Rand like a rope. He pushed the doorway as applause rose within. 2 coppers, my good lord, said a rat-faced man who could have been the twin to the other, speaking, you know, someone he saw earlier. 2 coppers to see. Rand dug out some coins and thrust them at the man. He walked on in a daze, staring at the man bowing on the dais with the clapping of his listeners, cradling his harp in one arm, and with the other spreading his patch-covered cloak as if to trap all sound they made. He was a tall man, lanky and not young, and with long mustaches as white as the hair on his head. And when he straightened, he saw Rand, and the eyes that widened were sharp and blue. And it's just like, so like you as the reader are,
I love it.
Are like running, are like the realization is dawning on you in the same way that it dawns on Rand, right?
Yeah.
Like you're drawn into this story and like, you know, it drew Rand like a rope, right? And you're like, okay, something's happening, right? And then like the way it describes it, like it leaves it till like literally the last second. You're like, he had, you know, the long white mustaches and the eyes that saw Rand widened, they were cold and blue, and you're like, what?
But it was, that was great. But it was the way Rand reacted. the way Mr. Jordan wrote, the way Rand reacted, that was what really moved me. Like, honestly, I loved it. I loved that moment. Loved it.
Jacob, you said Tom is like your favorite character, right? You said he's pretty much your favorite so far. Is that fair?
Well, him and Perrin are my two favorites.
Okay. So when you were first reading this, and Tom comes back into the story, right? Like, I mean, I feel like this has got to be a good scene for you too, right? Like, it's got to be,
because you're thinking, well, all these gleemen, they have that look, with the patchwork of cloth cloak, and you're like, well, he's just seeing somebody that looks like him and reminds him of, and then it like dawns on you, like, whoa, he's alive, he's back. I loved it. It was great.
And the moment he comes back, the thing that I wanted to know the most was what the hell happened after. What the hell happened? And we find out. We find out that the Myrddraal had no interest in him whatsoever and tried to pursue Rand. And so,
I love that it was like not
Tom
even a big
was kind
story.
of left behind, and he continued his journey. He went to Camelin, and then he went to Kyrian.
Yeah.
All right. Gosh, there is so much.
So I think so. Tom actually missed our heroes in Camelin. So like the moment they left, I think it was when he arrived. I think.
Yeah, John is saying in the chat, Perrin is his least favorite. He can speak to wolves. Hello.
Perrin. So John, you're saying Perrin's your least favorite at this point in the story, or kind of throughout the series. You got to tell us, like big picture series. In which case, hey, we'll have to have some conversations about figuring out what's going on over there. There you go. The questioner is Elaine is the least favorite. That's contention, strong contention. Egwene is up there. Jonathan R. We can argue about it in the Discord.
I'm just like half the time when Elaine is involved in something, and I'm only halfway through the Dragon Reborn. I'm just like, shut up, Elaine. Just shut up. Just don't talk. Don't say anything.
That's because you're such a just a dipshit from Chicago, just a misogynist, just toxic masculinity.
Yeah, it's true. Everything that Pip says.
Toxic masculinity, strong like wool. Ha.
You don't have to rub this. You don't have to rub the salt in the wound, Jacob. Like seriously.
What?
All right, guys. Do you guys think that we can talk for the next 30 minutes and we can hit the high points that we need to?
Yeah,
we can't go over 4 hours, guys. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
I know what time is it? We're 3.5 hours in.
Yeah, I
have a lot of reading to do.
I was like, we can talk about 3 books in one go, and then you guys are like, I'm sorry, you guys didn't talk about how Lan tightened his saddle, and I'm like, you're right. It was a great scene, but we need to talk about Lan's saddle now. It's craziness that's happening over here. Okay. Dark Friends shit happening in Kyrian. You got Barthanes. You got Varen showing up. You got the Illuminators stuff. Selene just pieces out again because why not?
Illuminators.
The horn gets stolen again.
Illuminators.
And what did I say?
You said Illuminators.
Yeah. Correct.
Who?
Yeah. The Illuminators.
Yeah, the people with all the fireworks.
All the fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it kind of glosses over them.
So the horn gets stolen again. Padan Fain's got it. The inn burns down. They have to go to Barthanes's sort of place, and then the ways is blocked. Can't go there, right? Because
of Padan Fain.
Just badass scene with Mosh and Shin
because
he's escaping
Padan
the
Fain
ways.
Can control whatever's in the ways, and it's blocking the door.
Yeah, because it wants to hunt Rand. That's why. So
Yeah.
whenever Rand goes to a Way's entrance, Mash and Shin's already going to be there. So
Yeah.
the Ways are out. They can't do the Ways. So what?
Yep.
What can they do?
So
what
who is
can
this
they
guy,
do?
Padan Thane? Who is he that he can control these things?
Who indeed? Who indeed? Um, so I mean, there's some good stuff that happens in Kyrian associated with that. I love the scene with Loyal with cheese, if you
L'Oreal.
will.
That's his
And
girlfriend.
Because of the
Sorry.
metric system, Pips. Because of the metric system.
because of the metric system, yeah, Loyal with cheese. So I like them and the Waygate in Barthanes' manor. It's such a great scene. But then they go to the steading, and we see the Ogier, and
Yeah.
Loyal is getting, he's kind of macking on this girl Aerith, which, I mean, good for him.
Yeah. And
Uh,
but he's scared of it though,
yeah,
because
he's the whole
their
time.
females can choose who they want to marry.
Yeah, the whole time he's kind of he's like this.
Hiding
He's
in
like,
his book.
I don't nothing, I don't see any of you, you know. So that's how Ogiers hit on girls, I think, is that he just reads books, you know.
Yeah.
They get permission to use the ways, partly because Taviran pulling on the Ogier, right?
Yeah.
But then that doesn't pan out because of what you were saying, Brian, about the fact that Mashin Shin is always going to be, you know, at the way gates, preventing them from going, right?
Yeah.
Which forces them back to ye old Portal Stone, right?
I forget. Did they go?
And
I think there's one. There's actually one that's really.
There's
There's
one near
one
the
that's
steading.
right by the steading.
Yep.
So
the
they
Ogier,
they were originally they were going to go all the way back to what was the name of that?
Slayer's Dagger.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure if it was convenience, but you know, why not? Why not have a portal stone there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're kind of all over the place, you know. Yeah. And then we get this scene, right? Although I think technically we get a couple more Nynaeve and Egwene scenes in the tower. Are you guys gonna make me talk about those? I don't think we need to talk about it.
No, we don't.
You know, Nynaeve's testing, and like
I like that chapter with her testing.
They were fine.
I liked when they went back to Emmons Field. For a second, I thought it was foreshadowing future events. So, and then I asked that, and you were like, "Nah."
I said we didn't find out when you asked that.
Okay.
So,
can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Y'all are coming across really. You sound like you're getting downloaded into the Matrix.
Who, me or Pips?
I think that may be on your end. You sound good to us, at least to me. Chat, let us know,
Jacob, you always sound good. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Chat, go ahead and give us a response if anyone's audio sounded weird on your guys'
Questioner said that's on Jacob.
Okay. So it sounds like yours maybe having some issues. I don't know if you got tell some other people to turn their phones off or something. Get that Wi-Fi sucked up to the computer. So the only thing, Nynaeve's testing. She fights off Agenor in a maze for some reason. She goes back to Emmons Field, and then she goes and has babies with Lan and has to run away from him. I don't know. It was fine. It was fine. I will say I think Egwene's testing is better. There's nothing wrong with Nynaeve's.
easily.
Um,
I
but
just read. I mean, without going into detail for Jacob's sake, that
Jacob needs to
final
read that.
that final
It was good.
testing. I mean, how often do I message you guys saying Jesus Christ, what this? Yeah,
Not super often. Yeah, you kind of
not
say
that often. So
yeah.
so
I'm surprised you
it
didn't
left
message us about a Matt scene.
Y'all
But
were gone for a
well, I
little bit
did.
there.
I did talk about Matt. Yeah.
Jacob, are you still with us now?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Okay. It sounds like you might have had just a little bit of a slowdown on your end. The chat says that everybody's coming through good though.
Okay. Yeah, y'all sounded like you were downloading out of the Matrix or something.
All right. So we were talking about Nynaeve's testing. It happened. It was a thing. Leandrin is
that was crazy.
Is telling the girls like, the black Aja is gonna grab you guys up, and Rand's in trouble. Rand's in trouble. And then
follow me, and don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Their first mistake was believing a red Aja.
You ain't even gotta tell them. Don't tell what.
I like how that was. I like how that was set up too, especially earlier in the Great Hunt, where she's. What was the name of Agelmar's sister that she was torturing? You know, and then she tortures Rand. She goes down to the cellar where Padan and Fain disappeared and all that, and she starts questioning Rand.
Shows up there, and then Moraine walks in on the end. Yeah. So we're back to Portal Stones. All right, guys. Flicker. Best. Such a great scene. My favorite scene of the book.
So I think the first one was Rand. Rand is older and nothing happens. Like he never gets taken away, and they hear. So one of the constants that I hear is the Sean Chan invasion. Like that seems to be in every reality that I've encountered so far in my reads. That the Sean Chan is going to invade, and then Tarman Gaidon, or the final battle between the light and the dark, is going to happen. Those are like the two major things that happen in every single scenario or universe, or wherever you want to call it, worlds or whatever. And in this case, Rand is, I guess Tarman Gaidon was delayed. Everything was delayed, and they have a battle. The Sean Chan cannot take on the Dark One's army, and they're pushed back, and then the Dark Ones attack across the Terran, and I think there's a battle of the Terran Ferry, and then Rand falls. I think they all fall. They try to have a final stand there, and that was dude. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. I win again, Althor.
I
win again, Loose Theron.
Oh,
I think there's.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry.
It's just so good. There, like you said, the fight there in the Two Rivers after the Sean Chan got rolled back by the Trollocs, right? The part that I really like of this is the end of it, right? So where the flickers start to increase, right? So where like it really starts to kind of show like how many lives he lived, right? So you have to imagine that he lived each of these lives. They weren't just like he didn't go through them as quickly as we read them, right? Like he lived like start to finish each one of these lives over and over and over and over again, right? So he was a soldier, he was a shepherd, he was a beggar and a king, he was a farmer, a gleeman, sailor, carpenter. He was born, live, and died in Aiel. He died mad, he died rotting, he died of sickness, accident, age. He was executed, and multitudes cheered his death. He proclaimed himself the dragon reborn and flung his banner across the sky. He ran from the power and he hid. He lived and died never knowing. He held off the madness and the sickness for years. He succumbed between two winters. Sometimes Moraine came and took him away from the two rivers, alone and with those with those of his friends who survived winter night. Sometimes she did not. Sometimes other Aes Sedai came for him. Sometimes the Red Aja. Egwene married him. Egwene, stern-faced in the stole of the Amerlin seat, led the Aes Sedai who gentled him. Egwene, with tears in her eyes, plunged a dagger into his heart, and he thanked her as he died. He loved other women, married other women, Elaine and Min, a fair-haired farmer's daughter he met on the road to Camelin, and women he had never seen before. He lived those lives, 100 lives, more. So many he could not count them. And at the end of every life, as he lay dying, as he drew his final breath, a voice whispered in his ear, "I have won again, Luce Theron." It's
yeah,
so good. It's so
that whole
good.
sequence was incredible writing,
and the audio. If you only read
like
this,
it's like the
listen to
ultimate. It's like the ultimate. What if? What if this?
Yeah.
What if that?
And-
what if those? You know, it's
Yeah,
insane.
And then to find out it's not just Rand who's seeing these other lives.
They're
It's
all
every one of the people
experiencing
with him.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Shy in the chat is saying you love Matt's reaction. John is quoting, I think, Ingtar's reaction, if I remember here. The "I walk in the light, I walk in the light," which makes sense as we get to it. Perrin, has probably the most reserved reaction, but even Varen is pretty effective, right? Yeah.
So apparently,
Yeah,
Matt betrays
what's his
Rand in
name?
some of these
Leader
realities.
That's the implication. That's the implication. Sorry, what were you saying, Jake?
What's his name? The leader of this group?
Ingtar.
Ingtar. I think this changes Ingtar back to good, fighting for the good. I think if this didn't happen, it would have played out different.
I think there is a strong implication that yes, this experience is what showed Ingtar that he needed to change. He probably
he mutters
as many
that
times
he walks
as Rand,
in the light.
Yeah, as many times as Rand saw his own death and heard, "I win again, Luce Theron," Ingtar probably watched, the fruits of his deeds over and 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 over again.
Probably the destruction of everything, likely.
Yeah. So
it's funny. I never thought of it that way. That's very interesting. And I know we brought this up on my stream, but the reason why Matt is the way he is in a certain book is because of this particular experience too.
Yeah. I think that's why Rand had so many followers after the battle too, was because of this. All those men saw their lives played out over and over again, different ways.
That's an interesting point. They saw Rand in the sky, and then there was the connection made with the man in Tarwin's Gap, right? So they had a lot going for it, and I guess I never really thought much about what like all the other Shienarans saw, but I think you probably are making a decent point that like the other Shienarans probably also saw all of the different possible paths of their lives. Man, it's the more you think about this, the more layers it adds, right? If Uno saw 10,000 lives of his sort of life, what does that mean for his story? If Mesima,
probably make better decisions,
right? Like,
try to avoid you have better insight. You have better insight. You know what the choices you make that lead to all the evil shit that could happen. So you end up making better. You end up being wiser. All the characters are wiser as a result, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and that's certainly my view of what happens to the main characters.
Yeah. This is the turning point for all three of them: Matt, Rand, and Perrin.
This is only book, and this is only
they
book 2.
see all their decisions they could make, and they choose to stand and fight at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
And then poor
okay.
Queen gets tortured by she gets
right.
captured and tortured by Shan Chan.
Yeah.
She's they enslave Aes Sedai.
Oh man, I love Leandrin selling them down the river to Surath, and you know, the idea that like Surath, you know, the big bad Shan Chan, dark friend, like yep, doing stuff. I love Turok's scenes with Bail Doman and with Padan Fain. I feel like we talked for we haven't even gotten into the Damani training and Nynaeve and like there's so much shit to cover. Okay, we got to wrap this thing up though. We got to wrap this thing up. So
well when maybe we could do another stream when we finish the Dragon Reborn and kind of go over that.
So we're gonna so we leave off at the the flicker.
No,
we can't do that. We can't do that. We gotta talk. We have to talk Turok, and we have to talk the fight in the sky and the horn. Those three things. I mean, this is spoiler. Everyone who's in the chat right now has read this book. We're not hiding any parts of the story. They know what we're skipping. They are gnashing their teeth. And how are you skipping my favorite scene? That's so important. But guys, we got to go to sleep. We got to do stuff.
Yeah.
So okay, in order, let's do Turok and the Redemption of Ingtar. 5 ride forth and 4 return. Right.
Right.
Badass. Like. So good. Like you guys gotta throw some stuff out here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna talk for the next 5 hours about this. Like it's so good. Like
so the sword master of the sea people, I guess.
Shan Chan.
Shan Chan.
Sorry,
sea
Shan
people.
Chan.
I love it. Yeah, High Lord Turok, and he's like, oh well, let's see what it takes to make a blade master on this side of the sea, right?
That was awesome. I was like, damn,
it was so good.
I was like they would have belonged in like Star Wars or something.
So good. So Jacob, your team Turok, you're kind of you like the brocaded silk and like the long nails and just like
no.
Where did you find that blade, boy? Or do they here truly award the Huron to those no more skilled than you? No matter, make your peace. It is time to die.
Yeah, and his
badass.
His servants are just standing there like, our master's going to take this guy, no problem. Yeah, I love it.
I liked how you during my stream you compared him to Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Like you think he's kind of lanky, but when he takes off, he's swollen and thick muscle and everything.
If they don't do that for hey, stupid show, whatever, right? If they don't have Turok,
it's Rafe. He'll do it.
I know. If they don't have Turok wearing like a pink brocaded like cloak or whatever, and you're like, oh, what is this guy? And then he just like the anime style, like just like throws like in a big swift motion, just throws the like whips it around, and then like the sunbeam and just like gleams, and he's like the dude's twice as big as he was with the robe on. That doesn't even make any sense. He's just so jacked. Like there's just something about it.
And then how in Dragon Ball, they go up against this giant dude and they just slap him and it's done. It's over.
Yes. Gosh, yeah, I love that scene. So okay, what did you guys there's some people who think that there's like the whole Mary Sue kind of thing here with a Gary Stew with Rand being able to beat Turok. I I think like I can make sense of Rand beating Turok. What did you guys think? Was it
Yeah,
was it
he
contrived? Did you think it was earned?
no, I think between book 1 and 2, there's a good period there of training. I mean, he just wasn't doing that one training on the roof with Land just once. I mean, he's been
Yeah,
training, and I love how in the fights he you know says all the motions, the moves. I love how that goes over that mantra of the different steps and stuff. I thought that was really
yeah,
great. I think it was earned. I don't think it was Mary Suit or
yeah.
whatever.
So I like that you called out the kind of the names of the sword forms. One of our
Yeah,
Discord members, I think, is kind of like a Hema, kind of
yeah,
guy
yeah,
who's into the different martial arts, kind of the historical, what is it, historical European martial arts is Hema, right? um
yeah, yeah,
and and his point was that by doing this sword style kind of names, Robert Jordan sidestepped the requirement to give very like technical descriptions of the sword play, which allowed him to not fall victim to what happens with a lot of sort of fantasy, where they end up actually describing like really terrible sword fighting,
yeah.
because like it's just not, it doesn't match with real sword fighting. It's the Hollywood kind of like the
It's
spin
not
move
believable.
stuff. It's not believable.
Yeah.
And by doing the sword forms, it completely sidesteps around that. And now somebody who's like really interested in can almost like in their own mind can like
Right.
hear the
Right.
description of like the kingfisher undercuts the or
The
the
moon, the
the
moon
river
touches
undercuts
the
the
moon
bank, right?
touches the sea. I think was one. Wasn't there one where
And
the
Yeah, I think
there's
so.
moon looks at the
boar
touches the
rushes
sea
down
or
the mountain,
something?
river
And
undercuts the bank. There's all this stuff, right?
The
and
Um,
your
mountain, the
mind,
mountain stands still. Stuff like
yeah,
that.
and
Okay,
it
it's
makes your
right.
mind go from what it knows. So you
yeah,
see this. Okay, it's a form. So he's doing a,
hmm
a form. It's great. I like it.
yeah. So I thought that was a really interesting perspective that like you just said, Jacob. So the mind fills in, and so like the person who's like a martial arts like sword fighting expert can read these, and like their mind is gonna
Yeah,
fill in like really great, awesome techniques. They're
and
they're
Yeah,
like the
and
cinematic sword fight is, they were both masters, like
yeah,
it's
and
um
like
even the novice who doesn't know much of it at all, has that same reaction.
yeah, it's
yeah.
it's very, I love the way you do too. I think you're 100% right.
It's one of those instances. Less is more. You
Yeah,
you
Yep.
you you put enough in to let the imagination run away with it. That's what made Alfred Hitchcock brilliant in the first place, especially with
Mhm.
Psycho.
Mhm.
Like you didn't
yeah,
see everything, but you could imagine based on the imagery that we see that was happening.
Mhm.
yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm
So
seeing here. And so here, kind of reading the wiki. Sorry, um, but
stop, quit it.
Rand used the void to beat him. He didn't use the void initially.
Yeah.
So I will say, I mean, we learned from Celine early on that the void is not a thing that like is unique to Rand, like the oneness, right? Like it's a thing that a lot of people use. Land recognized it as well, right? Um, Dahl is pointing out here that there's like, it's typical kind of fantasy plot armor stuff. So I don't think the oneness or the flame in the void is the thing that beats Turok, because Turok presumably is also using the same technique, right? He's like, it's widespread enough. It's part of channeling. It's part of swordsmanship. It's, different cultures have different names for it. I think the Shan Chan are aware of it as well. Um,
Yeah, it's
and so
almost like
there's,
it's almost like breathing, you know.
Mhm.
You control your breathing and you
Yeah,
in different things to that's what it's like. It's like breathing in this
yeah.
universe.
So what I've always thought is that while there is the element of what John is saying there about the plot armor kind of stuff, right? I want to pitch an idea to you guys and see if you think this makes sense. Um, Rand was trained by a Lan who like Land's experience is fighting to the death, right? Like
Right.
Land's experience fighting is like it's kill or be killed. There is no other outcome. When your sword comes out of its sheath, either you're dying or they're dying, right?
Yeah.
And so Land is like, I'm going to teach you. So like, hey, we're not about to die for our country stuff. We're about to make some other poor bastard die for his country, right?
Right. Right.
Great moment,
and-
Pat. The great line in Padan. I
Yeah.
laughed when I first heard that.
Yeah, and compare that to Turok, who is, I'm sure, a great blade master, great technique, great form, right? But he's a high lord, right? Which means that everybody that he's ever trained against is some sort of servant, some sort of whatever, and it's all he is doing sword dancing, right? It is an art form, it's a game, it's a sport, right? And so
it's kind of like the sword fight in what's it called, Rob Roy, if you've seen that with Liam Neeson.
Yeah.
It's like that's what it kind of reminded me of. That it's, he knows how to use the sword, but he's not versed in every. Speaking of Rand, he knows how to use the sword, but he's not completely versed in all what he can do with it.
Yeah.
But the guy he's facing is just kind of toying with him at first, but it gets the better of him.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is that Rand starts out and he's playing Turok's game, right? He's doing the sword forms, right? He's doing the sword forms, and Turok is like, I'm better at this than you are, right? And then what we see is less about Rand embracing the void and more about Rand making a callback to the warders against the Drakkar that we didn't even talk about at the start of this with Moraine out in the Borderlands with those two Aes Sedai. I
love that chapter, by the way.
So good, right? The sheathing the sword, the embrace death, right?
Embrace
Rand
death.
is over here like, I gotta finish this fight because Egwene is captured over there, I think, right? And so what we see is less about him embracing the void, which he does, but it's more about him saying, like, I am going to take a risk. Like, I'm going to take a risk that to a person who views this as a sport would be an unreasonable risk, right? He would assume that no one would be dumb enough to expose themselves to this. And it's the thing that Ingtar talked to him about, like, hey, don't practice that form. And you see him do it again against Balzamon, right? Like, don't practice that form because, like, sure, you could get your sword through the other guy's chest, but he's going to get it through your side, right?
Yeah.
And Rand's realization there is like, I need to finish this fight either because I win or because I lose. But like, I'm bleeding. Egwene's over there. Like, caution to the wind. We're doing this. And I think that Land's training of, like, you pull your sword out because it's a fight to the death, not because it's a game. Whereas Turok, it's a game. And
so he doesn't play it nearly as seriously.
Yes. That's my opinion about what happened.
Totally plays into different forms of fighting with swords. Like
different attitude.
The fencer with the rapier is like that. They're playing a game. But this is war, this is combat. You're fighting for life.
Have you guys seen the TV show Sharp?
No.
It's about a British dragoon in the Napoleonic Wars.
I know of it. I haven't watched it.
It's got Sean Bean is the lead character, right? And
does he die?
No, he lives.
No,
he gets in several. Yeah, he's the main character.
That doesn't matter.
So he gets in lots of duels with, like, other British and French and Spanish officers and stuff like that. And the trope in the show is that they're like these master fencers, and he just does like one parry and then just like kicks the dude in the nuts and like punches them in the face, and like he's a brawler, right? So like they are fencers, and he is a soldier who's like fighting the Napoleonic Wars in the trenches and stuff. And it's just like, dude, like this, he's willing to fight.
He's willing to fight dirty. Like, he's willing to do whatever it takes.
I'm gonna kick sand in your face and knock you on your fucking ass. Like that's how he fights. And that, I think, is what Rand does to beat Turok.
Yeah, yeah. Turok was fighting with, like, there are rules to this fight. You know, there are rules.
Yeah, this is
There are no
gentlemanly
rules.
combat.
There
Yeah,
are
right.
no rules.
Which he mistakenly thinks Rand is a noble because of what he's wearing.
Yeah, it's true.
Rand is just a common thug. He threw sand in he just pocket sand in his face.
Oh,
Okay, all right. There's
So
the
good.
Turok fight. Great stuff. And then they gather up the horn and the dagger, and we have Ingtar's redemption, which is and we read this section on your stream. We don't have time to do it again. It is
if you want to see it, it's
so
in
good.
the intro of my Dragon Reborn stream.
Yeah.
Nice. The one for tomorrow?
No, the last week, last time.
Oh, last week's. Okay.
Yeah, you and Nathan were reading it. I included that.
All right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Gosh, Ingtar.
But it was just like just the fact that Ingtar ultimately, and there's a lot of I just it felt very home to me. I mean, I grew up, Christian and all that, and it just felt like a moment of confession. He's confessing to Rand his stuff, his shit, and Rand's kind of like the priest. I mean, he doesn't divulge any of it to anybody else. He says, he just says, I forget exactly how he puts it. Pips, maybe you could read that again. But in other words, he's just basically saying you're forgiven, and please, walk in the light, and and everything. It was a beautiful moment of redemption for a character that we didn't. I accidentally spoiled that moment for myself by reading the wiki. Shame on Nerdtorial, but it was. And the thing is, Rand protected his memory, by not divulging what he did.
And when Ingtar was confessing this, Rand was it showed he had matured quite a bit, and the way he responded to it was kind, and it was really good.
Is it because of the flicker?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So
he might have gotten more training done in those lives too.
Yeah.
So this is it's a spoiler because this is a section. This is a quote from a future book. You know how each of the books opens with a section of the Koreathon cycle, but I think this is just so great to talk about with the Ingtars, because Rand lays his hand on Ingtar and says, "May the last embrace of the mother welcome you," right? And this is from Path of Daggers, I think. A Crown of Swords. This is from Crown of Swords. And let's see here. So there can be no health in us, nor any good things grow, for the land is one with the dragon reborn, and he is one with the land. Soul of fire, heart of stone, and pride he conquers, forcing the proud to yield. But that line, for the land is one with the dragon reborn, and he is one with the land. And when you think of what the last embrace of the mother welcome you means to the Shienarans, so the last embrace of the mother is the land in Shienaran sort of cosmology, or their sort of belief, right? That's why they get buried in the naked, right? So that they're in contact with the land. That's the last embrace of the mother. And the dragon is one with the land, and the land is one with the dragon. And so Rand putting his hand on Ingtar, saying the last embrace of the mother, like, oh man, so good.
Good stuff.
So the last embrace of the mother's the land, or what?
So yeah, that's the Shienaran, the burial rite is the last embrace of the mother is the land, the mother embracing you being covered in the land, right? And in the Koreathon cycle, the dragon is one with the land, and the land is one with the dragon. That's a line from the Koreathon cycle. So it's, you know, that section, I think just it has a separate meaning here than what it has in sort of the future context. So spoilers, sort of. It's really, I think this is just the most applicable part of the story for it, and I think it just makes it that hit that much harder.
I just saw it as I just saw that as redemption. I didn't see it like that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's to the Shannara sort of like, you know, kind of code, right? Rand was giving Ingtar the last embrace of the mother by touching him as the dragon, which is the land. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. Jacob's on board with me. Nerdportal's drunk. All right, we got it. All right, are we gonna talk about forget the horn sounder?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah,
do it.
Here, do I have a reaction that's a horn? I think so.
Okay. I was thinking more of like Boromir's horn.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, shy. That's fine. I deserve that. I agree.
Oh, come on, shy.
It's a sporting event. Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys have to say about this? Like,
I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, people are coming back to life, and I was thinking Lord of the Rings. I was thinking them. Thanks.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna say anymore. Fine.
That was for shy. You can keep going. Sorry.
All right. I'm just.
I was like, go ahead, man.
I'm just like, oh, okay. Huron's like, you gonna ride with us? Why the fuck not?
Yeah,
right.
Huron's like, yeah, whatever. Ride it out. Let's do it.
And a certain white cloak unit gets killed. Pips,
annihilated.
Moment of silence for the white cloaks that we just lost during this battle.
I'll pour one out for them into my mouth. Pips is one with the land, and the land is one with Pips. So I just kind of pour one out for the
there you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like, you've been the three of them, Rand, Perrin, and Matt are always through the last book and this one indecisive. They're not, following through on things and running away. And I was like, finally, let's do this. It was great. I loved it.
Yes. I like that they each kind of had a thing that they were doing, right? So Perrin being, bearing the banner, right? Matt with the horn. I liked the conversation between Arthur Hawkwing and Rand and Matt. Like,
was anyone from the Age of Legends there? I forget.
I mean,
I think
yes.
I thought they were.
So they're heroes bound to the horn, right? And
so these heroes, am I right in saying that these heroes are ones that blew the horn before?
No. So I'll put it this way: the conversation that Hawkwing has with Rand, right?
Yeah, he knows him.
Yeah, but it makes it clear that the dragon, that Rand, is a hero of the horn. He is bound to the wheel, right?
Right.
So all of them are other heroes bound to the wheel, and they are churned out throughout the various ages, right? So the ages come and pass and come again, right? So
Right.
Shy is pointing out here, that someone from each age, each one of those heroes has probably been reborn in all of the ages, the uncounted number of times, right?
Right.
We meet Birgitte.
And yes, the Legion will advance their walk. Gosh, so good. Bornhald the Elder is just freaking bamf. Yes.
I forget why does he not retreat? It seems like he just went took charge went in to die.
I think there's very much something like the sort of Charge of the Light Brigade kind of, there. There's him as a person, right? Like he believes the Shan-Chan are dark friends. It's this dark friend kind of army, right? And like, what is a white cloak to do other than go to fight, even if it means dying, to go fight the dark friends,
I also thought they didn't know what they were getting into.
Also, yes.
And the way of the I can't remember their names, so I'm going to call them sea people. The way they fight is like annihilate everything. Right? So they just hit the white cloaks with everything they had.
Yeah, I mean, so he thinks that he has the Shan-Chan by surprise. We know Shan-Chan have been observing his movements with Rockin, right? So the dragons essentially that are circling up above with their scouts looking down.
Right.
There's a scene where Bornhall is talking to his men, and it mentions, a little speck circling high above or something like that, right? And that's like, yep, okay, he thinks that he's going to catch him by surprise, but that's a rocket, and that means that they know that he's here.
A rocket? I don't. What is
it's
this?
A bird.
I don't recall this.
It's a bird, right?
Rockin. Raken. Rockin.
Rockin.
Yeah. You don't remember the Rockin?
Nope. I remember the growl. They had the growl.
Okay. Yeah, so Shy's right. A Rockin is a winged mount. It's probably similar to the dragons.
When were they featured? I don't recall this. I read the book.
Oh,
I'm baffled.
So they're actually riding around on them. They're that big.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Probably not nearly as. No, I don't recall them.
I don't think they have very many of them with the sort of
Must have been something.
The Hylian
must have been something easily overlooked.
So it kind of makes me wonder, like, how much is really mentioned about them in this book. Like, that is 100%. Like the fact that during a scene with Bornhald, he's talking to his guys, the rocket sort of overhead, right? So I kind of want to check and see now what the first mention of Rockin really is in the books.
Because I don't recall them at all, unless it's something I could have. I mean, once again, I could have overlooked it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's impossible
or something.
Gosh, damn it! I feel like I might.
Did we get some spoilers there?
I might potentially have. They're in this book. They might not be named in this book. So
Shy says they're not.
Well, so much. He says much, and that's correct.
Yeah,
So
that's why I thought they
brief,
were just like a hawk or something.
yeah. So brief mention of them after Egwene is captured, right? Like they are in this book. The question is whether or not the word Rockin gets used in this book. And that is where I think like I might have spoiled the name of these things.
No,
They're
they were not
it's
named. I would have
yeah.
remembered.
It's
Yeah.
it's another one of the Grom Lopars, like one more Shan Chan kind of monster, right?
Yeah.
And the Rockin are just winged beasts. They're similar to the Nazgul or
The Fell Beast, you mean?
the
You mean the Fell Beast, not the Nazgul.
thank you. So they're
But
similar
they're
to
native.
those.
They're native to that island, right? They're not native to the other world. Like I thought the Grom were native to that other world. And someone in my comments said no, they're native to the island that the Shan Chan are from. In the Aerith Sea.
So it's possible, but it's also possible that, like the Grom, like we know that the Grom came from a Portal Stone world, right?
Or they were
We
being
saw them.
transplanted to that portal world or something.
What I'm saying is that so they might be native to Shan Chan, but that doesn't mean that they're really native. It just means that maybe around the time like the Grom, potentially thousands of years ago, were transported from the Portal Stone into the armies of the night that are in Shan Chan, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Rockin might be in the same case. So I don't know if Rockins are exogenous to kind of
Or what?
Ramland.
What word did you just say?
Exogenous.
Exogenous.
Yeah.
Exogenous. What is
Exogenous from outside.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying. Every time I read a Pip's text or something, I have to go to my dictionary, look it up. I learn you don't realize it, I learned quite a bit from Pips. He's much like he's at like an advanced reading level. I'm still like maybe 6th grade reading level, so I have to fucking step up.
Because you're a dipshit from Chicago.
That too.
Chicago
that too.
Oh man. Okay, we gotta wrap this shit up. We've got almost 4.5 hours. Holy crap, guys! What are you doing? What are you guys doing?
I don't know. We're stuck in a flicker. Okay.
You wanted to, and we were originally going to cover half of the Dragon Reborn originally too. It's a good thing we didn't.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been wild. Okay, yeah, the Horn of Valir, Matt blows it. Good stuff happens. Trip is here in the chat to make fun of you for how you pronounced her name, Brian. And
Birgit.
she's gonna pop in and she's gonna give it to you now. All right, let's talk about Baalzamon in the skies above Fain.
Yeah, I did. I'll be honest. I did not like why Baalzamon. Like, there's no army of the dead or army of the shadow spawn. This is they're fighting the Shan Chan, but then blows the horn. You have the heroes coming as Baalzamon, bound to the horn too. Is that why he shows up?
No.
I was expecting that Padan Fain fight. That was what was being set up for several points in the story.
Let's see. I want to look this up in Blood Calls Blood here to get the actual prophecy here. So either Dark Prophecy or Blood Calls Blood. The chapter Dark Prophecy starts on page 69. Nice. So, okay. I think I get what you're saying about the Padan Fain fight. Like I said, it just, to me, like I never really missed that. And so,
I mean, it was set up multiple times.
Yeah.
It was knocked into your head.
Yeah.
That's something. That's it.
So I get why you're saying that you wanted it, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I feel like
I
I
mean,
was
like
satisfied.
it got to the end of the book. I'm like, where's this fight? I
I
mean,
guess
I mean, I was just like,
What
are
I
we going to see it? And then I got to the end of the book, and I felt like I felt cheated. I felt
So
cheated.
so that's the thing. I didn't feel cheated because I felt satisfied with, Turok, with the blowing of the horn, with Baalzamon. But here's the thing that I wanted to highlight. Okay, so why do we think that Padan Fain was supposed to have this showdown on Toman Head at Fall, right? Because he scrawled on the dungeon wall like we'll meet again on Toman Head, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and he
So,
says it
right.
to himself. I mean, he
yep,
has a point of view, and he says,
yep.
"We're going to meet on Tolman Head, and I'll be free of my, I'm going to free myself of you, and
So
everything."
throw some stuff here, and you're gonna tell me if you think it's good. Um, the dark prophecy, right? That we get sort of translated from by Varen, right? So it goes through all the stuff. The last stanza here: the Watchers wait on Toman Head. The seed of the hammer burns the ancient tree. Death shall sow and summer burn before the great Lord comes. The dead shall reap and bodies fall or fail before the great Lord comes. The seed slays the ancient wrong before the great Lord comes. All that stuff you already read, right? So the Watchers wait on Toman Head. The connection to Toman Head, right, is in the Dark Prophecy, right? Fain would have likely been able to read the Dark Prophecies as well. And so
Yeah.
in my reading, Fain saw the Dark Prophecy and is like, you and me on Toman Head, we're doing this, right? I don't think the Dark Prophecy was about Fain. So I think that it's that Fain thinking the prophecy was about him and Althor made him maneuver to get Althor there. So the workings of the pattern to get Rand where he needed to be, right? But the Dark Prophecy was actually about Baalzamon
Yeah.
and Rand.
And probably as Padan Thane realized that, he probably fled. Because he's not as strong as Baalzamon. I mean, he's powerful, but not that powerful,
Brian
right?
is
I
looking at
mean, I'm
me
just I'm
like
just guessing.
Brian is
Brian's
sitting
like,
over there behind his
"What are you smoking?"
sunglasses, just like this is bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. That was the service. Are you gonna hit it back to me? What are you doing over there? You thinking no? That's no good. That's not about it.
I don't know. You're probably right, like usual. I mean, I'm not the Wheel of Time guy here. I'm just
No,
like you
me
said,
neither.
I'm just a dipshit from Chicago, who is reading this book for the first time, and just I don't know, just maybe I didn't read. Maybe a reread would probably remedy that situation. But the thing is, I'm still early in my read, so there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
I was
You know
just
what you got to do.
guessing
The
that.
two of you guys both. What this is telling me here, right? This is telling me what
Oh
I'm learning
no,
from
I
this
don't want to know.
is that the
Uh-oh.
two of you guys need to do the old school read interpretation or the old school read experience, right? So you guys, before you read The Dragon Reborn, you really should have gone back and read The Eye of the World and The Great Hunt again, and then you read The Dragon Reborn, and then before reading The Shadow Rising, you read The Eye of the World, The Dragon or The Great Hunt, The Dragon Reborn, and then you read The Shadow Rising, and then before you read Fires of Heaven, Eye of the World,
I
Great
mean,
Hunt,
that
Dragon
that would
Reborn,
Okay, I
happen.
get it.
That would
Fire
happen if
Rising,
there
and
was.
Fires of Heaven.
That would happen if
And
there was
you
a
just
gap between books coming out. That would work. That would work for me
no,
then.
no, no, no. You make the gap by reading that. That's you create
No,
the interval between
no,
books by reading
not a
the book.
chance. Not a
This
chance.
is this is hey, I'm just saying that's some grade A, just like fentanyl level book reading that you just need to do.
Yeah, and you need time that none of us have.
Trip, no, we didn't talk about Egwene because she's the worst character in the series.
I'll be honest. I did feel for her. I did feel for her when she was being tortured. So when she beat the shit out of that.
Yeah.
What do they call the masters? Is it, so the Aes Sedai, the slaves are the Damani, or the masters the Damani.
So Marath Damani are Aes Sedai, and then Suldam are the
So when she beat the shit out of the Suldam, I was happy.
Yeah.
And I was outraged, and you guys were like, Sean Chan are no different from any other people. And I was like, well, the dehumanization.
They're monsters.
So Shai is pointing out her Egwene's captivity chapters are good, and to be honest, this is a good start of an arc for Egwene. I do like the arc for her character from this point on. With some kind of deviations, but I do like that section. We just are already at the 4.5 hour mark, and so we're trying to wrap things up. So Rand does the Kingfisher waits in the reeds or waits in the rushes or whatever it is. He's got the sword in a reverse grip up over his head, like I'm gonna he's doing the crane kick, right? He's doing the crane kick at Balsamon. And then Balsamon takes the bait like a chump, and he gets him, right?
Yeah, but he also gets Rand.
Gosh, I'm jealous, John. Reading right before the Great Hunt came out in paperback. That's some OG credit. John, I hope you are participating in our arguments in Discord. Would love to have more of these conversations. Man, gosh, I'm like more tired than drunk at this point. We've got so long. Holy. I apologize to everyone. We were like, hey, we're going to talk about 3 books today. And then we're like, we'll talk about 2.5 books. We'll talk about 2 books today. All right, we'll talk about 1.5 books, and then we'll skip to the end. We'll see. 1 and 1/3 books. We'll skip to the end.
Let's just blow the horn and get it done.
Gosh, yes, that's what. Trip, tell me if I'm wrong here. We're doing the masculine sort of like recap on the Great Hunt here. We just want to blow the horn and go. Like we just gotta get it going. I don't know. The only thing I want to talk about is my personal pet theory about how Rand was awake as he was motorboating Min. I think can we slap the table and say that's canon? Rand was awake. No, it's just you guys. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What? I was busy doing something else.
Damn it, Brian.
Sorry.
All right, guys.
Right.
I think we've reached peak stream brain for Brian. Jacob, I don't know if you've got anything left in the tank. I'm petering out here.
Well, I haven't drank any alcohol, so.
That's because you're a good person, Jacob.
Clear.
That's true.
Tired.
Jacob is like an actual.
No, I just didn't think to get some alcohol.
Yeah, and well, I can't speak for Pips. I can only speak for myself. I'm horrible. I'm dipshit.
From Chicago, so like
from Chicago.
It's a special class.
I mean, Pips was a great host. I stayed with him. Upstanding guy. Beautiful home. So yeah, so two great people. Me, much to be desired.
No, Nerdporial is great. Okay, should we consider recap complete? We skipped a lot of stuff. I'm gonna apologize to everyone in advance, or I guess after the fact. You guys stuck around for 4.5 hours like chumps, and we didn't even talk about your favorite part of the book, probably.
What book? We're talking about books now.
Yeah, we were talking about the show the whole time.
So
blacked out.
Yeah, I thought so. I love the part where they skip Winter Night completely, because that part is just so not important to the story. And just skipping the Dancing Cartman, skipping Merrilin, skipping Camelin, skipping Balthamol and Agonor fight. Like none of that was good enough for the.
It's like 800 pages of skipped material in the Eye of the Worlds.
I have a what?
Yeah, what is that? I think it's just a well
somewhere
weird
Balsman
in the Malkier
was not killed. He was wounded, or was he wounded?
I mean, I would say A, read and find out. B, I mean, Rand is like, I freaking killed him. So,
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I mean, we did say that in Eye of the World, he was like, I freaking killed him. So, I mean, eventually he's got to be right. If he keeps saying it, right?
Right.
Yes. Let's see. What is Brian? Are you fighting in the chat again? Is that what you're doing over there? I see Nerdporial popping up in the chat.
Well, yeah, I have to stick up for a show that I liked as a kid.
Okay, maybe
I did like the Balsamon stuff, even though I'm bitching about not seeing Padan Fain. Well, I figure it'll be postponed eventually. Yeah. I don't know. They'll fight, or maybe they won't fight. Who knows?
I did think, what happened to Padan Fain? He just disappeared. He ran away.
Yeah, they mentioned it. They mentioned it at the end. Moraine is like, yeah, he skulked away in all the commotion. It's a good thing that you didn't run into him, because after your fight with everything, you're pretty weak. He might have been bad.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this? How about let's end on sort of like a broad question, right? Jacob, are you enjoying these books as a first time reader? You don't know the whole series, you're just kind of getting into it. You have me spoiling the name of Racken, and are you committed? Are you like, I'm glad that I got recommended to read this series? Or are you like Brian, who's like, yeah, I want to put this down and read something by George R. R. Martin? Gross.
No, I'm really enjoying it. I am. I want to continue it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for When's the Winter. When's that going to come out? Oh wait, he's not fucking. He stopped writing it. Sorry again.
He's on a writer's strike.
You know that book was supposed to fucking come out in Halloween of 2015. Did you know that? I mean, I was on. I know I messaged it, but I was on his Nada blog every freaking day, hoping to hear something about it, and then we get this long dissertation on why he couldn't finish it. And this was January 2nd, 2016. How long ago that was? Over 7.5 years ago.
I'm gonna throw a conspiracy theory out here. Did George R.R. Martin steal somebody else's work, unfinished work, and claim it was his?
You know what? I dislike him enough that I'm willing to risk potential slanders against him and say, yeah, he's a hack who didn't even write his books. Whatever.
What do you mean he didn't write his books?
He stole somebody else's unfinished series and just published it as his own.
What do you mean?
Yep. What Jacob just said. Are you awake?
I am. I don't get the context.
You have to take your glasses off.
Who did he steal?
Your eyes are open.
Who did he steal from?
Just another unknown author. Somebody, heard that Martin was like a guy who knew some publishers and probably like handed him like a stack of, unpublished manuscripts. Like, hey, do you think I should, like, is there anything to these? Like, should I try and find a publisher? Do you have any friends in the publishing industry? And Martin was like, no, like, these are trash. And then he turned them into his publisher and was like, I wrote these.
I don't believe that.
It's a
All right, fine.
conspiracy theory, man.
Conspiracy not confirmed. Myth bust.
I like those books. I'm sorry.
I liked
I'm
them
not.
until I realized that it was a grift and a scam, and he was never going to finish them. So,
I can't argue with that. They're not wrong there. But I like all 5 of them. I like all 5 of those books.
all right. Well, we're not talking about those books. We're talking about these books. Brian, The Great Hunt, the greatest book that you've ever read, or the greatest?
Oh no, Storm of Swords. Still the
First
greatest
of all,
book I ever read. Book
if
3
you,
of Song of Ice and Fire.
I gave you an either or. You have to pick one of the 2 options that I gave you.
What was the other?
So it was the greatest book that you've ever read, or the greatest book that you've ever read. So it's the emphasis was different. So you have to pick which one.
Yeah. Toast or toast.
He's like, I don't know why I hang out with you. Like, you just
4 hours
all
and 40
right,
minutes.
Fine. Storm of Swords is your favorite book. Got it. So
It
this
is.
your second favorite.
That book, the entire all 950 pages is a freaking roller coaster ride. A lot of things pay off and sets up other stuff up. And it's a shame that that the stuff that book sets up is not going to be paid off.
Shy is correct, only except for the or dies. No.
Shy, you know what?
Don't start until he finishes.
You know, Shy, I for once I actually agree with you. And I'm sorry, but I disagree with you. I'm not going to get into that.
All right, just give us though the real answer. Jacob said he's enjoying the series. Obviously you're reading on through The Dragon Reborn, so you're enjoying the series. Hopefully, do you think that we oversold it? Are you cursing the day you ever met the White Cloaks?
No, it's I think Steve figured it out. I really enjoyed our House of the Dragon stuff. Once again, connecting to A Song of Ice and Fire. I really enjoyed our House of the Dragon streams. I saw you guys were doing a lot of Wheel of Time stuff. You guys were really upset with it. I felt I could connect with you guys on that regard. And I've read the first book years ago. So I felt, maybe, I was considering, getting back into it. And then you guys kind of cheered me on Discord. And and then I just started reading it again. And I started hosting these streams, and I used a lot of Star Trek ideas to make intros, and the rest has been history, and it's been a blast. So I really enjoy our rapport, and want to keep doing it as long as you guys want to stay on the internet. I'd love to keep doing it.
Well, outstanding. What's the next thing you're doing other than Sunday? We've already talked about it. Sunday you're doing your book stream. What else you got on your channel?
I am editing a Metroid retrospective. I'm about 30% done, and I hate editing. It's really slow process. So I'm for the first time in months, I'm going to actually have a retrospective uploaded. So be ready for that. So, and Dempsey's music's going to be in there. So if you don't like Metroid, well, just come for Dempsey's music. I mixed between Dempsey's music and the original NES Metroid and the remake that they did for the Game Boy Advance. So
nice.
Yeah, that's
And Jacob, you have your popcorn talk for Strangers on a Train coming up.
Yep.
With
Blurty Blair and Max.
Awesome.
It's a shame that they didn't include that movie in the Hitchcock.
Yeah, that's strange. Collection. That's strange.
I had to watch that individually. So that's a great moment. There's a great shot of Hitchcock's daughters like seeing the murder from her eyes or from her glasses. It was a great shot. Yeah. Sorry,
it was
something.
Really, Trip? Really, Trip?
Tolkien is really Tolkien's a rough read. Tolkien's a rough read, especially Fellowship. So that's why I'm really been pretty slow with it.
Don't listen to this guy. Tolkien's a great read. Get out of here, nerd. All right. We're talking about Jacob and your Strangers on a Train. What's the date you got it coming out?
This Tuesday. Tuesday night.
Okay. Sweet. So
7 o'clock.
Tuesday night, you can check out Jacob Ironsides on his channel. I think I dropped the links in the channel earlier. There also should be in the description for this video to check out their 2 channels. So go check them out, subscribe to them, all of that stuff. Nerdporial is what is that? What are you looking at me? I'm gonna hide your camera. I can't take you seriously right now without your sunglasses on.
Well, you want me to put my sunglasses back on? Oh, for fine. Fine, here.
Oh man, he just looks such a handsome man with those sunglasses on. Not that there's anything wrong with
Now I need your coat, your boots, and your motorcycle.
Nice. All right. I think we can officially say we've gone on longer than we had any right to keep you guys on here for.
I think
Thank you so much.
is the longest stream I've been on, I think.
And Jacob, your streams are long too.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Jacob. Well, thank you for being on with us. Brian,
thanks for inviting me. Had a great time.
And
I think this was longer than the whiskey stream, and I was ranting like a bitch.
Stop making it. You're making it longer. I've been trying to end this for 20 minutes, Brian.
What? Okay, fine, do that way. I'll just shut up.
Oh man. Okay. Got it. There you
4
go.
hours.
Questioners.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here in the chat with us. Brian, again, thanks as always for being on. Jacob, it was a pleasure having you on as well.
Yeah, thanks
so
for
excited and
inviting
happy.
me.
Yeah, I mean, just anybody who's willing to come on and talk about these books, even if we skip all of the Egwene sections because Egwene sucks. And
not this one. None Dragon Reborn.
We just focus on the good stuff. It's just Rand just killing people with swords and Matt blowing horns. Just good times. Good times had by all. But yeah, thank you guys all. The chat, you guys were awesome today. Good questions for the panel here, and a lot of just
sorry for derailing the stream.
And no, it was good. It was good. Thanks, guys.
Hey, about Egwene. One last thing about Egwene.
We're gonna. Okay.
No, never mind.
No. Now it's happening. Now
you gotta do it, Jacob. You gotta do it.
No, it's just it's a crossover between the Shadow and Ring and Wheel of Time.
Oh, you son. All right, what's your Egwene
who knows?
Question?
Who knows what lurks in the minds of women? The Nerdporial knows.
I'm gonna clip that face that you're making.
I had to.
I'm gonna clip that face you're making. Everybody, thank you for being here. Shy, no, we're not staying on 15 more minutes. We're not making it 5 hours. Everybody, all is well with the night. Walk in the light.
Stay Nerdporial.
Hi, everybody.